George Burns and Gracie Allen. With yours truly, Bill Goodwin, and the music of Meredith Wilson and his orchestra. Now let's look in for our first visit of the new year at the Burns home.
I'm so proud of you, George. You've kept your New Year's resolution for 3 whole days.
Well, it's because I've got a strong character.
Oh, and such a difficult resolution. To smile and be pleasant to everybody and not let things upset you.
I just made up my mind, that's all.
Ah, you've been wonderful, dear. When I asked you if I could buy a new hat, you said no with such a sweet smile.
That's right.
And when I bought it anyhow, you just went quietly into the bathroom and ran cold water on your head.
Yeah, I'm a changed man.
Nothing seems to bother you at all. Not even last night's terrible dinner. The soup was too salty, the potatoes were raw, and the chops were burned.
It's pretty bad, all right.
Oh, yeah. But did you get angry? No. You just took off your apron and said, well, I'll do better next time.
Well, I just resolved that nothing will upset me. I'm going to smile no matter what.
Well, I'm glad to hear that.
Even when I stutter, I smile.
Yeah. Oh, George, I have some news for you.
What?
My mother's coming to visit us. Well, George, where's your smile?
I'm smiling.
But, George, would you rather my mother didn't come?
Well,
don't be afraid to tell me. Ours isn't that kind of a marriage. If you don't want her here, just say so. I'll understand.
Well, as long as you feel that way,
Oh, yeah? Well, she's coming anyway.
Look, honey, we don't get along. Your mother hates me.
Oh, she does not. There are just a couple of things about you she can't stand. Now, if you changed them, she'd be crazy about you.
What couple of things?
Your looks and your personality.
She's mad about me.
Oh, my goodness. All this fuss because my dear, sweet mother wants to visit us. Don't you know that I'm her own flesh and blood?
Make it just her blood. When you get her flesh, I'm leaving you.
I promise you Mama will only stay with us until the painters finish her new house.
When will the painters finish?
Well, they can't stop painting until the house is built.
They haven't built the house yet?
Well, they will as soon as they find a lot.
You folks haven't even got a lot?
Well, you can't buy one without money.
And when will they get the money?
Papa should get a job any day now.
In other words, your mother drops in on us for around 30 years. I'm sorry, Gracie, but it's either your mother or me. If she comes, I go.
You mean I've got to choose between my mother and the man I love?
That's it.
Well, there's only one choice I can make.
Naturally.
I'm going to miss you, George.
You mean Tata? Well, I won't go. I'm not leaving.
Well, I'm sure there's room for both of you. We'll fix up the den for Mother.
Honey, look. Los Angeles is filled with returned servicemen looking for a place to stay. Now, if we're going to fix up the den, let's fix it up for one of them.
Well, are there really a lot of homeless servicemen?
Well, just listen to these ads in the morning paper. Discharged soldier needs home for family. Discharged soldier desperately needs room. Discharged soldier must have lodging.
Oh, those poor men. No place to live, and the Army has fired them from their nice job.
Gracie.
Oh, George, you go down to the draft board and see if you can get those men their jobs back.
Believe me, that they don't want. Just a place to live.
All right. I'll tell Mama to stay in San Francisco, and we'll fix up the den for a serviceman.
Now, that's the spirit. Gracie, when the den is fixed...
Yes. Oh, come in.
Good morning, folks.
Good morning, Meredith.
Hi, Meredith. What's new?
Well, I've got a new haircut, George. Went out for one this morning.
Well, that's interesting.
Yes, I enjoyed it. I usually cut my hair in the house, but it's such a nice day that I went out and cut it in the yard.
Looks like you use the hedge clippers.
No, they're a little too heavy to get a good grip on.
Oh, yes, they're heavy.
Would you like some breakfast, Meredith?
No, thanks, Gracie. Matter of fact, I just dropped in for a minute to tell George the finish of my joke about the porcupine.
If you don't mind,
I started to tell it at your party, but I never did get to pull the snapper.
Meredith, if you start that again, so help me.
George, remember your resolution. Smile.
Oh, sure. Go right ahead, Meredith. Pull the snapper.
Okay. Ha! Speaking of porcupines, I'm reminded of the little blue-eyed toddler.
Meredith, I remember how it began. Just tell me the finish. The snapper.
Gee, I'd like to oblige, George, but I memorized the joke just the way it is in my book. And if I don't start at the beginning, I can't remember how to pull the snapper.
Well, let her snap.
Speaking of porcupines, I'm reminded of the little blue-eyed toddler who chanced to go into the zoo one day.
You have to start from the beginning every time?
That's right, Gracie. Speaking of porcupines, I am reminded of the little blue-eyed toddler.
You couldn't stop now and then keep going?
No, afraid I couldn't. Speaking of porcupines...
Wow, that's amazing.
Speaking of porcupines...
I can't believe it, George.
Gracie, listen. Let him finish before the little blue-eyed toddler grows up and gets married.
Oh, I'm sorry. I won't say another word, Meredith.
Speaking of porcupines, I'm reminded of the little blue-eyed toddler who chanced to go into the zoo one day with her governess. As they passed the porcupine cage, the little tyke was heard to exclaim, "My, what a strange-looking beast." "What do you say to that?" interrogated the curious governess. Whereupon the child replied, "Because he has such a...
Well?
How do you like that? I've forgotten the snapper.
Well, that's fine.
But don't worry, George. I'll go read my book and brush up on it.
I wish you wouldn't bother, Meredith.
No, it's no trouble at all. After all, I live right next door.
Yes, I know.
That makes it mighty handy when a fellow's got some snappers he wants to pull. I'll be back.
I wonder if Meredith has a long lease on that house next door.
Oh, yeah, he probably has. With this terrible housing shortage, anyone who has a place is hanging on to it.
Say, that reminds me. Let's go in the den and fix it up for that service.
All right. Oh, I'll bet this room will look mighty good to a boy who's been on those islands like Okinawa and Guadalcanal and KP and Guam.
KP? That's an island?
Well, it must be. Meredith Wilson was in the Army for 3 years, and he said he spent most of it on KP.
Oh, yeah. That's a small island surrounded by dishwater. I started to hang these pictures here the other day. Do you think the serviceman will like them?
Oh, yes. And I'll run to the market and get some tomatoes to scatter around.
What for?
Well, I heard dozens of returning servicemen say the first thing they want to do is find a beautiful tomato.
Yes, they like vegetables. Just hand me the hammer and nail.
Oh, please, George, don't do any hammering. We haven't any iodine to put on your finger.
Don't be silly. Give me the hammer.
Oh, all right, here.
And I'm not going to hit my finger. Who are you calling?
Bill Goodwin, to bring over his first aid kit.
You're wasting your time. I'm not going to hit my finger.
Hello, Bill? Would you rush right over with your first aid kit? George just hit his finger.
Ouch!
With a hammer.
There you are, George. Your finger's all bandaged.
Thanks, Bill.
Oh, what do you think of our idea of taking in a veteran, Bill?
Oh, it's swell, Gracie. We got a Marine sergeant staying at our house.
Oh, really?
Yeah. And boy, when they've been overseas for a while, how they love to celebrate. Every night I take the sergeant out and we make the rounds.
Well, it's nice of you to do that, Bill.
Oh, well, I don't mind, Gracie. She's very pretty.
I should have known.
Well, I don't think we'll have a service woman. It's too dangerous. I wouldn't want her to walk in here, starve for the sight of a man, and find my George.
No, she's done her part. We shouldn't let her down now.
There goes the comedian. Well, I'm not anxious to have any lonesome female around, even if she is pretty. She'd probably want me to dance with her and go driving with her, and she might even want to go parking someplace and... Say, that's not bad.
George!
Just kidding, dear.
Oh, there's Meredith at the door.
Oh, no. Not the porcupine again. Look, Gracie, slip out the back way. Run next door to Meredith's and get that joke book of his.
Oh, in case he forgets the story again, huh?
Yeah, that's it. Now hurry.
Yeah, all right, dear.
Hey, shall I open the door, George?
Bolt it.
Bolt it?
Bolt it.
Well, okay. What's the big idea?
Meredith insists on telling me jokes from that corny book of his.
Oh, George, you don't know how poor Meredith feels when you don't laugh at his jokes. What if people didn't laugh when you told it? I guess you do know how he feels.
Never mind.
Anyone home in there? I'm back with the snapper.
Be real quiet, Bill. Maybe he'll go away.
The coast is clear, George. Meredith left.
I wish we could get him to leave that house next door. If I hear, ha! Speaking of porcupines, once more, I'll blow my top.
Well, George, I got it. Here's Meredith's joke book.
Oh, wonderful.
You know, I've been reading some of the stories in it. They're silly.
You said it. Especially the one about porcupines.
Ha! Speaking of porcupines... Oh, George, I'm so glad you talked me into fixing up the den for a serviceman. I had no idea the housing shortage was so bad.
It's bad, all right. And there seems to be more people looking for houses in Los Angeles than any place else. I wonder why.
Well, it's our famous California climate, of course. As long as we have this weather, there'll never be enough houses to hold the people.
There won't, huh?
No, they keep washing away.
I hadn't thought of that.
Oh, yes. Los Angeles has the biggest housing problem of any city. Do you know there's actually a family living in the balcony of an all-night movie theater?
That must be a strange life.
Yeah, but they're getting used to it. They go to sleep at 10 minutes to Mildred Pierce and wake up at 1:30 spellbound.
Well, that's a good time to wake up. The fella can borrow Gregory Peck's razor and shave himself.
Yes. And then there's a young married couple I know. They finally found a place. Just one closet.
Well, one closet ought to be big enough for their clothes.
Not after they got the bed and stove in there.
Oh, the closet is all they have?
Yes. Oh, but they have lovely neighbors.
Well, that helps.
Yeah. The people who live in the bathroom are very friendly.
Well, let's decide on the serviceman who's going to get our den.
All right. I don't care who he is as long as he's not a sergeant.
What's the matter with the sergeant?
Oh, nothing, but they don't need our help. They're all taken care of.
They are?
Oh, yes. All the soldiers say, the minute I'm out, I'm going to take care of that sergeant of mine.
Yes, the boys love those sergeants. Look, Gracie, why don't you read all the ads in the paper and pick out the serviceman who needs a room the most?
Yeah, that's a good idea. And then I'll pick out a serviceman just as soon as I see who's at the door.
Good morning, Mrs. Burns.
Oh, good morning, Mr. Postman. How are you today?
In fine fettle, Mrs. Burns. Under my glowing skin, my red and white corpuscles are calling Happy New Year to one another.
Oh, how nice of you. You know, I'm sorry I got you into trouble last week by telling you to bring Mamie to our party. I thought Mamie was your wife.
No, her name is Bertha, but I usually call her Butch.
Oh. And what does she call you?
Oh, you're much too young to hear that.
Well, when your wife found out about Mamie, I'll bet she really made a fuss, huh?
You know, Mrs. Burns, I didn't hear her say one cross word.
You didn't?
No, I was unconscious for 2 days.
Well, you know, it's so unfair the way she bullies you. You're the breadwinner, but she acts like she gave you the roof over your head.
If she could lift it, that's where I'd get
Well, Mr. Postman, why don't you leave her?
it. Where would I go? There's such a housing shortage.
Yeah, that's true. We just fixed over our den for an ex-serviceman.
My wife's brother, an ex-serviceman, is living with us. But there was no room in the house. We had to put some gunny sacks in the corner of the garage.
Oh, how uncomfortable.
Yes, I hardly sleep a wink on it.
Well, Mr. Postman, look at it this way. You owe him something. While he was over there fighting and risking his life, you were home with your wife where it was safe.
Goodbye, Mrs. Burns. Remember, keep smiling.
And I found the serviceman who needs a room the most.
Good.
Now listen to this. Place to live urgently needed by returned soldier with wife, small daughter, baby son, and parrot.
But, honey, where would they all sleep?
Oh, don't worry about that, dear. I figured it all out. The soldier and his wife will take our room. The children will take the den. I'll take the couch in the living room, and we'll hang the parrot's cage in the pantry.
And where will I sleep?
We'll put an ad in the paper.
Oh, no, you don't.
Oh, well, we'll work that out. Now, listen to the rest of my schedule. In the morning, you get up at 5 o'clock.
I haven't been to bed yet.
Well, that saves you the trouble of getting up. Now, you wake the soldier. He takes the shower and wakes his wife. She takes the shower and wakes me. I take my shower, and then the soldier's wife bathes the 2 children.
How about me?
Oh, you're big enough to bathe yourself.
If there's any hot water left.
Well, next comes breakfast. First the soldier eats, and then his wife eats, then the children eat, and then I eat, and then the parrot eats.
Then I have breakfast.
No, by that time it's lunchtime.
Nice schedule.
Now, first the soldier eats lunch, then his wife eats, then the children eat, then I eat, and then the parrot eats.
Oh, no, he doesn't. I just ate the parrot for breakfast. Now, look, honey, as much as I want to help that family, this just won't work.
Oh, well, you answer the door. I'll go and try to figure something out.
Yeah, do that. Come in.
Hello, George.
Should have looked first.
Say, I was over here a little while ago, but the door was locked.
Really? Care to step outside and see if it'll happen again?
Well, later I might, but right now I want to tell you about the wonderful idea I've got. George, how would you like to go into vaudeville with me?
Vaudeville?
I've memorized that whole book of humorous stories and anecdotes. We'll call the act Meredith Wilson and Straight Man.
Meredith Wilson and Straight Man.
He's the fellow who asked the comedian the question.
I know that. I know what he does, Meredith. You explained that.
Well, I think we can make a go of it, George. Vaudeville isn't dead.
Well, believe me, this will do it. Meredith Wilson and Straight Man.
Yeah.
Isn't that too much billing for me? How about just Meredith Wilson and Man? Or Meredith Wilson and Straight?
Well, that's okay.
Or Straight Meredith Wilson?
That's okay, George, as long as they spell Wilson with 2 L's. You know, lots of people think my name is spelled with 1 L, and they go around calling me Wilson. But it's Wilson with 2 L's.
And now they can call you Wilson.
Yes.
Yes. Sounds better with 2 L's. Look, Meredith, forget this vaudeville idea.
But gosh, George, I ought to capitalize on those stories. Can you suggest any better thing I can do with my joke book?
Meredith, believe me, no one wants to hear that Joe Miller collection of yours.
Oh, I made up some new ones myself to sort of sprinkle around among the others.
Oh, you got a few sprinklers?
Yes. For example, I say to you, say, George, do you know what the Marine said when he landed on the island of Caledonia and tried to take it from the Japs?
No, Meredith. What did the Marine say when he landed on the island of Caledonia and tried to take it from the Japs?
He said, Caledonia, Caledonia, what makes your beachhead so hard?
Meredith, you make a nice living playing music on our show. Why don't you let it go at that?
Because, George, I feel that no opportunity should be lost to bring a smile or a chuckle to this glum old world. My mother's that way. She gave the world something to laugh at.
And I had to hire it for my program.
Well, to get back to our vaudeville
Forget the vaudeville act. I'm not going to be your straight man.
But, gee,
I am... Come in.
Well, hi, George.
There's
Hello,
your man, Meredith. There he is. Bill is going to be your straight man.
Straight man for what?
My vaudeville act, Bill. I got a humdinger of an opening. We meet in the center of the stage, and I say to you, pardon me, would you give me $10 for a cup of coffee? And you say, isn't that a lot for a cup of coffee? Whereupon I reply, well, I'm a big tipper. Then I walk off the stage and leave you standing there.
You're not going to leave me standing there, not after that.
Look, comedian, why don't you run along and take the jerk with you?
Okay, come along, Bill.
If Meredith doesn't move out of that house next door, I'll wind up in a straitjacket of all the broken-down jokes.
Well, George, I've worked out a new schedule.
New schedule. Yeah.
For the serviceman and his family. We'll put the parrot on the back porch, and you get the pantry.
How could I sleep in the pantry?
Well, you thought it was good enough for the parrot.
This may surprise you, Gracie, but men don't sleep like parrots. Have you ever heard of a man spending the night hanging on a bar?
W.C. Field?
I'm wrong. Look, honey, I'm not just thinking of myself. The serviceman and his family would be very uncomfortable.
Yeah, that's true.
Now, I've got a great idea for you. If you can get Meredith Wilson to move away from next door, the serviceman and his family could have that whole house.
Oh, George, that's a wonderful idea.
Well, sure. Then we can rent our den to one ex-serviceman like we planned.
Well, George, I see it all now. I'll go right over and talk to Meredith.
Well, if I do say so myself, that was a smart piece of work.
Well, George, I did it. Meredith loved the idea, and he's turning his house over to that veteran and his family.
And Meredith is moving out.
He's already moved.
Gracie, you're a genius. A great, big, gorgeous genius.
Oh, I'm not so tall.
Now, how can we turn our den over? Now we can turn our den over to some unmarried ex-serviceman.
Yeah, well, I'm taking care of that, too. He's out front now. Why don't you help him carry his things in?
Okay. Can I help you?
You sure can, George. You can carry the trunk, and I'll bring my flute.
Meredith, what are you doing here?
Well, didn't Gracie tell you? I'm the ex-serviceman who's going to live here.
What?
Yep, and I know we'll get along swell and have a million laughs.
Now, look.
Now I can tell you the snapper of that story.
But, Meredith...
Speaking of...
George Burns and Gracie Allen. With yours truly, Bill Goodwin, and the music of Meredith Wilson and his orchestra. Well, George has had a pretty rough week, what with Meredith Wilson and his joke book occupying the den. But this morning, the little man has decided to be happy come what may, as he strolls into the living room with a song on his lips.
Ain't misbehaving all by myself. Ain't misbehaving. I'm happy on the chauffeur.
Honest, he's not suffering. He's really happy. But there is one thing the poor little goon doesn't know. Going on in the den is a meeting of Gracie's club, the Beverly Hills Uplift Society. Unaware of the frightful doom that lies in wait, he cheerfully scratches himself and looks around for his wife.
Oh, Gracie, here's your boopsie boy.
Boopsie boy. Isn't that revolting?
Maybe she's in the den talking to Meredith.
No, George, no. Keep out of the den. It's full of uplifters. You're headed for disaster like a duck waddling straight into the frying pan. Waddle the other way, George. Oh, too late. His hand's on the doorknob.
Oh, no. Not that.
He doesn't think it's real. He can't believe fate would play such a dirty trick on a good-natured little schnook who never did anything worse than tee up a golf ball in the rough. So he sneaks the door open again.
And so I said to her...
Gracie, come out here.
Oh, George. What is it, dear?
Gracie, I thought you promised me that those uplifters would never meet in my house again.
Well, we're not meeting in your part of the house. Meredith rents the den, and he said we could use it.
I don't believe it. No man could be that stupid. Not even Meredith.
Come in and see for yourself. Oh, girls, let's be quiet, please. My husband has honored us with a visit. Blanche, you remember George. Clara, you remember George. Francis, you remember George. They all remember
Yeah, they
George.
all remember.
Hi, George. Have a seat.
You're the one I came in to see, Meredith. Did you give this mob permission to meet here?
Yep, I sure did.
But why? Why in heaven's name would you want...
Quiet, George. We have to get the meeting started. Now, as their names are called, the members will please answer here. Clara Bagley? Here. Blanche Morton? Here. Francis Fowler? Here. Meredith Wilson?
Here.
Genevieve...
Wait a minute. Meredith is a member?
We swore him in this morning.
But this is a woman's club.
Oh, we took care of that. We made him an honorary woman.
Well, congrats.
Thank you, George. Sure going to be a surprise to my sister. Up to now, she's been the only girl in the family.
But, Meredith, how can you stand these females?
I find them delightful and very appreciative of my humorous stories and anecdotes.
Oh, I'm beginning to see.
Would you girls care to hear another one right now? I have a dandy about married people, if someone will just mention the subject of married people.
It's your turn, Blanche.
All right. My husband and I are married people.
Ha! Speaking of married people, I am reminded of the grateful wife who said to her spouse, "Hubby dear, it's nice of you to send me away for a vacation." Whereupon the sly husband replied, "Yes, I certainly need one."
Is that the finish, Meredith?
Yeah, it is.
All right, girls, let's show our appreciation.
Well, that does it. I'm getting out of here.
Well, now we continue with the meeting. We're here today, girls, to get a report on the club's finances. During 1945, we did many things to make money. First, we gave a play. Money taken in, $47. After the first act, we refunded the money to all those who weren't satisfied. Money paid out, $47.
Stupid people. Well,
next we made taffy and sold it throughout Beverly Hills. Money taken in, $17. Later, we paid dental bills of all children who ate the taffy and lost their teeth. Money paid out, $85.
I just can't understand it. Well, that's just one of those things.
As a result of these and other money-raising projects, we begin the new year with a debt of exactly $112.14.
Oh, dear. How will we ever be able to raise that much money?
Well, may I make a suggestion?
Oh, of course, Meredith. What is it?
Well, nothing yet. I just wanted to make sure I could speak out if I thought of one.
Well, if no one else has a suggestion, I'd like to propose a new member for our club. The opera singer, Madame de Silva.
Opera singer? She hasn't been in opera for 20 years.
Well, let's put it to a vote. All in favor of Madame de Silva, say aye.
But she's so homely.
And so old.
And such a snob. She's terrible.
Her husband just left her $1 million. You're sweet, girls. That typifies the democratic spirit of our club.
Why, I'll bet we can take that rich old babe for all the dough we... perhaps our esteemed new member would be willing to pay off our debt. Well, do you suppose she'll insist on singing stuff like Carmen at our meetings?
Well, for $112.14, let us sing Carmen.
Well, sure. Let her sing the whole opera, Carmen and Lombardo. I'll go call her. Well, Madame de Silva.
How do you do, Mrs. Burns? I rushed over as fast as ever my
tiny little feet would carry me.
Well, now, if you just step into the den here, Madame De Silva, the girls of the Beverly Hills Uplift Society are waiting to welcome you.
How nice.
Oh, quiet, girls, quiet. Girls, let's have a rousing hip-hip for Madame De Silva. Hip-hip.
Hooray!
Hip-hip.
Hooray! Well, that was a rousing welcome.
Well, I can tell you truthfully, no member has ever been welcomed with bigger hips.
Mrs. Byrne, who is that striking-looking member in the mannish suit?
That's Meredith Wilson.
You'd almost think she was a man if it weren't for her long hair.
Well, as a matter of fact...
But here I am, starting to gossip, and I'm not even a member yet. I suppose you'd like me to write a check for my dues now.
Oh, no hurry about that. How about a speech first?
Very well. Girls?
Thank you. And now the check.
How much are the dues?
Exactly $112.14.
Oh, well, I was prepared to pay $500.
Oh, all in favor of raising the dues to $500, say aye. Aye. Oh, that'll be $500, madam.
Very well. But before I sign this check, Mrs. Burns, I should like to ask you a favor.
Oh, anything at all.
As you know, I have a very large operatic repertoire. I wonder if you'd let me put it on the radio.
Well, if you insist, but our couch is more your size.
I meant that I would like to sing on your coast-to-coast radio program.
Oh, well, I'm afraid that's impossible. My husband runs that.
No program, no check.
But I run my husband.
Then it can be arranged.
Well, I think so. You see, he loves to sing, too, and if he can sing with you, I think he'll agree.
Excellent. I would need a male singer to team up with. Can your husband sing operas like Faust and Aida and Trovatore?
Oh, I'm sure he can.
Baritone?
Oh, that one he knows by heart. You wait here. I'll get him. Oh, George.
Yes? What is it, dear?
Oh, George, we have a new member, a famous singer, and she's simply dying to sing a duet with you. She thinks you have a magnificent voice.
Well, at last you got one intelligent woman in the club. I'd like to meet her.
Well, come right in the den.
Oh, Madame De Silva.
Madame De Silva, may I present my husband, the famous singer, Sugarthroat Burns.
Charm.
Same here. I understand you'd like to sing a little duet with me.
Yes. Suppose we do Giuseppe Verdi's Parigio Cara from La Traviata.
You don't happen to know Strut Miss Lizzie.
What?
Or Red Rose Rag. Boom, 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 down in the garden where the red rose grows. Oh, mine, I love you so. Love me like a flower. And don't you dare to holler. Lord, come and learn that. How do you like my voice?
Well.
Boom, 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 down.
Take my advice. Unless you've got some tobacco to auction off, keep your mouth closed.
Now, listen.
Besides, I sing only the classics.
Lo, hear the gentle lark, weary of rest, from his moist cabinet, most open heart.
That song will go for 100 years.
Well, I can't wait. I haven't had breakfast yet.
Mrs. Burns, I will sing only if I have a legitimate operatic baritone to complement my own divine soprano. Until such a time as you produce him, there will be no check. Good day.
Well, girls, it looks like we'll have to scare up one of those real Italian baritones.
Oh, we'll never find one who'd sing with that old war horse.
Say, I know an Italian fellow who's quite musical. He'd be glad to do it.
Oh, really, Meredith?
Yeah. Of course, you'll have to hire his monkey, too.
Oh, Meredith. Girls, what'll we do? Well, girls, we're we're in a spot. If we don't get a man to sing with Madame de Silva, we lose her money.
Oh, we'll never get a real singer. What we need is a man we can talk into posing as one.
Yes, that might work. A conceited man who likes to be flattered. A man who's attractive but not very bright.
A sucker.
Hello, girls.
Why, Bill Goodwin, we were just talking about you.
Really?
Well, yes. We were picking the handsomest actor in the movies, and naturally your name came up.
Oh, well, Gracie, I wouldn't call myself the handsomest actor in the movies.
No?
Well, no, you see, I appear on the radio, too.
Well, anyway, Bill, we think you're beautiful.
Oh, girls, please. You're just trying to turn my head.
Well, why not? You have such a gorgeous profile.
Well, you think so? Well, I think I look better full face. It gives depth to my dimples.
Well, now that you know how we feel about you, Bill, I'm sure you'll be glad to do us a little favor.
Well, what sort of favor?
Well, we want you to go on the radio and sing with Madame de Silva.
With that ancient Aida? With that decrepit Delilah? Oh, no, not me.
You won't do it as a favor?
Well, I'm sorry, Gracie, but that's out.
Oh, well, then we'll have to use other measures. Francis, as vice president in charge of blackmail, have you anything that might persuade him?
Yes, Gracie. Here are some items from my notebook. September 2nd, Bill Goodwin was seen in the Gay Paris beauty shop having a finger wave.
Hey, now, wait a minute.
October 10th, Bill Goodwin was seen in the same shop
Now, stop. That's enough. Gracie, you wouldn't spread this around, would you? Well, okay, you've got me. I'll sing with De Silva.
Oh, good. We'll tell her that you're the famous Italian baritone, Enrico Goodwinaldo.
Enrico Goodwinaldo? Oh, no, that's too much.
Go on, Francis. What happened on October 10th?
Well, I had my eyebrows plucked. I mean... Never mind, I'll do it.
Ah, you sweet Bill, and I'm glad we did it this way. At first, we tried to flatter you into it, but that's low and deceitful.
Oh, yes. Blackmail is much more sporting.
Well, we've got our male singer, Gracie, but there's another problem. George will never let Madame de Silva go on your radio program.
Oh, that's right. Not after the way she insulted him. I've got it. We'll make George think he's got a terrible cold and is too sick to go on. And then we can take over the whole program.
How did you do it?
I'll go out and work on him first. I'll meet all of you at the studio in half an hour.
We'll leave one at a time, and as we go, each one will tell George how sick he looks.
Oh, wonderful. Well, I'll go out and get his cold started.
Meeting over there?
Gesundheit.
Huh?
I said Gesundheit.
What?
You sneezed.
I did?
Didn't you hear it?
No.
Goodness, your head is really stopped up.
Gracie.
Gesundheit.
Gesundheit?
Oh, you heard that one, huh?
Gracie, I do not have a cold. Do you understand that?
Yes, dear.
Fine.
Gesundheit.
I sneezed again?
Yes. Oh, you better get right to bed, dear.
I will not. We've got a radio show. We've got a radio show to do tonight.
Well, forget our show, George. Your health comes first.
But I can't disappoint the people who tune in. They're expecting me to be funny.
Well, they've expected it for years, dear. One day won't matter.
Gracie, there's no reason in the
I'll
whole...
run in the bathroom and get you some pills. You just sit there and relax, dear.
Fuss about nothing. I'm okay. At least I think I am.
George, will you tell Gracie that I left?
Why, sure, Mrs. Martin.
And tell her that... George, stick out your tongue.
Ah.
Well, don't lose courage. Penicillin may pull you through.
Huh?
Goodbye, George.
I don't like the way she said that. Wonder if I do look sick.
Oh, George, I'm leaving. Will you tell Gracie?
Why, okay, Mrs. Bagley.
You know, there's something about you today that reminds me of the husband of a friend of mine.
There is?
Yes, my friend, the Widow Brown.
The widow?
Goodbye, George.
Gosh, everybody thinks so. I do ache a little.
I have to go now, George.
I'll tell Gracie, Mrs. Fowler.
And don't worry about Gracie. She'll look lovely in black.
Little Howard Greer number, I guess.
Goodbye, George.
I never felt this bad before in my life. Maybe it's my blood pressure.
I'm going out for a little while, George.
Okay, Meredith. Maybe it's my nerves.
Naturally, you can't do the show tonight, but I'll carry on for you. I know jokes about practically any subject a fella can mention.
Maybe it's my liver.
Ha! Speaking of liver...
Not now.
Well, okay. I just thought I'd comfort you in your darkest hours. An old trooper like you, well, I thought you'd like to exit laughing. Goodbye, George.
In my head. The back. Stomach. Hope I don't faint.
Well, I'm leaving, George. Is there anything I can do, even if I'm not a surgeon?
Nothing, Bill. Nothing.
Before I go, I want you to know I was always fond of you.
Thanks, Bill.
You were a good guy, George.
I was?
Yeah, and I hope your suits will fit me. Goodbye, old pal.
Gee, and I was so young.
Well, I'm back with the pills, sweetheart. Here, swallow them.
Would you drop them in my mouth? I don't think I could lift them.
Certainly, dear. There. Now, I'll go down to the studio and do the broadcast.
Goodbye.
Gesundheit.
Again I did it? Gee, it's going to seem funny to lie here in bed at home and listen to the program. It'll be the first one I've ever missed. Better tune in and see what happens. I guess Gracie and Bill will handle the comedy and Meredith will play a lot of music. It won't be bad.
Our programs continue from the NBC studios in Hollywood.
The Beverly Hills Uplift Society presents the Beverly Hills Uplift Society program, starring the Beverly Hills Uplift Society. Our program opens with the members reciting the Beverly Hills Uplift Society slogan. We always, always smile. We never, never frown. For the uplift will never let us down.
Oh, I might have known something like this would happen.
The Beverly Hills Uplift Society, an organization of women, for women, by women, dedicates this program to women.
Oh, beautiful lady.
Men, are you thinking of getting married? Are you looking around for the right person? If so, marry a woman. Women make the best wives, the best mothers, and the best sisters. No other sex can make this statement.
Oh, beautiful lady.
Before a woman can become a member of the Beverly Hills Uplift Society, she must swear to abide by the woman's code, which is, a woman is thoughtful, straightforward, and modest. First, a woman is thoughtful.
I will never speak hastily or in anger to gain a slight advantage over my husband. I will be thoughtful and think out a clever plan which will really put him behind the 8 ball.
Second, a woman is straightforward.
I will not paint my face nor curl my hair to deceive men. I will leave this to a certain class of women known as beauty operators.
Third, a woman is modest.
I will not whistle at men on the street. I will not straighten my stocking seams on a busy corner, nor tug at my girdle in public.
That does it. That does it. They made me believe I was sick so that they could take over the show. Well, those hens aren't going to lay their eggs on my time. Where are my shoes?
I refuse to sing with you. I've never been so...
Oh, but Madame de Silva, please, we're on the air. Oh, dear. Girls, fill in quickly. Ah, beautiful.
Come on, beat it. Get away from the microphone, you bats. Go on, shoot.
George, you're not in bed.
No.
Gesundheit.
It's not going to work anymore. Ladies and gentlemen of the radio audience, I want to apologize for what's going on here. But now you will hear the comedian you've been waiting for.
Well, thank you, George. Will someone please mention married people?
Married people?
Ha! Speaking of married people, I remind you of the great wife and
George Burns and Gracie Allen. With yours truly, Bill Goodwin, and the music of Meredith Wilson and his orchestra. Well, it's morning in the Burns home, and George has just come down to breakfast.
How about a little food, dear?
All right, George. But first, there's something I'd like to ask you.
What?
Well, our radio show goes on this evening, and my club, the Beverly Hills Uplift Society, would like to take it over.
No. You sneaked those dames on the program last week, and they set radio back 50 years.
Oh, no, that's not fair, Judge. We simply made a few changes.
Some program. Everybody's laughing at me.
Oh, you see, that's one of the changes we made.
Forget it.
But, Judge, the girls are simply dying to get on the air.
Then let them fly around with the other bats. That's my program, and it's going to stay my program.
Well, of course it is. We'll be on it, but you'll direct the whole thing.
Direct it?
Well, yes, because that takes brains, and you're the brainy one in this family. Why, compared to you, I'm only brilliant.
That's very flattering, but...
Your darling little head just bulges with brains.
Look,
That's what makes your ears stick out that way.
Thanks for the explanation,
but... you'll love being a director, George. We'll get you a chair with your name on it.
What am I supposed to do with that?
Well, you're supposed to sit in it. Of course, a man as clever as you might have a better idea.
Oh, sure.
And we'll get you a lovely desk with 10 telephones on it.
10 telephones?
Yes, a great executive needs at least 10. Suppose you can't make a long-distance call because of a telephone strike. You just make 10 short ones and add them together.
Yes, that's convenient.
And the best feature is that you never come to the studio. You stay right here at home.
Gracie, the Beverly Hills Uplift Society is not taking over my program.
Oh, be progressive, George. Sooner or later, women are going to take over radio, and you can start the movement.
Nothing doing.
But your name will go down in history. People will always speak of you as that progressive George Burns. That clever progressive George Burns. That brilliant, clever progressive George Burns. Dynamic? Scintillating? No program.
No program, no. And not only do I want those dames kept off my program, but I want them kept out of my house.
Yes, dear.
Every time they meet here, they come into the kitchen before I awake and gobble up all the bacon and eggs.
Yes, dear.
And now I'm ready for breakfast.
Yes, dear. What would you like?
Bacon and eggs and a piece of toast.
I'll get you a piece of toast.
You mean?
They're in the den.
In the den, yes. Well, get those dames out or I'll throw them out.
You can't, George. Meredith Wilson rents the den, and he said we could meet there.
Yeah, the poor jerk lets you meet in his room because you laugh at his terrible jokes. Why, you women even took him into your club.
Well, it was perfectly legitimate. We made him an honorary woman.
Okay, you run along and break that meeting up as soon as you can. I'll fix my toast and have a piece of cheese with it.
Oh, that reminds me. Our new member, Madame De Silva, doesn't like bacon and eggs.
Don't tell me she ate the cheese.
Uh-huh. I'll see you later, dear. Quiet, girls, quiet, please.
Well, Gracie, did you talk George into staying home so we could take over the program again?
Well, no, girls, I'm sorry to report that Plan A, making him think he was an intelligent director, didn't work.
Oh, dear. What a pity.
Unfortunately, he was a little too smart to believe that he was intelligent.
Oh, what a shame. And we had such a cultural half hour all prepared.
Yes. I was going to sing 30 or 40 songs.
Well, fellow members, I guess it's up to me to clear away the gloom with a little joke. I got a pipperoo about brides, if someone would care to mention the subject of brides.
It's your turn, Madame De Silva.
Very well. Many years ago, I was a bride.
Ha! Speaking of brides, I'm a recently married gentleman who said to his bride, "Sweetheart, there's something wrong with this pudding you have prepared for me." Whereupon the perplexed bride responded, "There can't be. The cookbook says it's perfectly delicious."
Is that the finish, Meredith?
Yes?
All right, girls, let's show our appreciation.
I knew it was a pipperoo.
Now, girls, there must be some way to keep George out of the studio this evening so we can put on our show. Plan A was a failure, so let's get to work on Plan B. Any suggestions?
We might give him something to make him dopey.
Nature beat us to that one.
Any other suggestions? All right, girls, then it's settled. Plan B will definitely be the bathtub plan.
Well, hello, Uplifter.
Hello, Bill.
How are you? Say, George says you girls are trying to get him off the radio program again. How come?
We don't want any men on the program.
Oh, now, wait a minute. You can't get rid of me, you know. I represent the sponsor. You can't go on the air without me.
Say, that's right. How can we get around this?
Well, there's only one way. We'll have to make Bill an honorary woman, too. Then he can join our club.
Oh, no. I don't want to be a woman, not me.
But women have lots of fun, Bill. Don't the women who go out with you have fun?
Well, sure, but that's just it. If I'm a woman, I won't be able to take myself out. And if I can't go out with me, what's the fun of being a woman?
Oh, Bill, won't you change your mind? You like being a woman.
Sure you will.
Oh, come on, be a woman.
Yes, join us, Bill. Speaking as one who has just recently become an honorary woman, I can recommend it.
You can, Meredith?
Yes. As you know, I used to be very shy and bashful around women. But after 1 week of being around the Uplifters, other women don't frighten me at all.
That I can understand.
Then you refuse to become an honorary woman? You won't join our team?
Oh, no, Gracie. If I join your team, it'll spoil all my scrimmaging.
Oh, well, very well. Blanche, as vice president in charge of blackmail, can you dig a little persuader out of your file?
I think I have some interesting data on Mr. Goodwin.
Oh, no, not that again.
Here we are, December 10th. Bill Goodwin gave an engagement ring to a beautiful redhead named Patricia Ryan.
Oh, so that's her last name. I wondered about that.
On that same day, Bill Goodwin also gave engagement rings to the following girls: Elizabeth Jones, Florence Riley, Mary Edith Stahl, Natalie Galen, Ruth Henning, and Geraldine Boggio.
Well, now, wait a minute. If those girls find out that I have more than one fiancé, I'll be in hot water.
Hand me the phone, Blanche. I'll light the fire.
Have a heart, Gracie. Natalie Galen's father's a big game hunter. He'll shoot me.
Don't worry. You look very fetching on the wall of his den.
Yes, you'll be the first Hollywood wolf ever stuffed.
Okay, you got me. I'll join your
Oh,
club.
good. Here's a copy of the Beverly Hills Uplift Society Oath of Allegiance. Now raise your right hand and read it.
Holy smoke, this is going to change my whole life. On my honor, I do solemnly swear that henceforth women will come first with me. Well, isn't going to be as big a change as I thought.
Please, madam. madam. This is a solemn occasion. Read on.
I do hereby agree to share with my sister members of the club any and all treasures, such as my beauty secrets, silk undies, and pre-war girdles. Oh, now, wait a minute, Gracie. I don't have to swear to that, do I?
Well, no, I guess not.
Good. I don't mind sharing the beauty secrets, but I'm running awful low on the other two.
Read on.
And last, I do hereby declare that my great objective in life shall be that of every woman. Oh, no, I can't read this.
Hand me the phone, Blanche.
Okay. My great objective in life shall be that of every woman, motherhood.
Congratulations, Bill, old man. Old girl.
Well, now that Bill is a full-fledged member of the Beverly Hills Uplift Society, he can help us put across Plan B.
What's Plan B?
That's our next plan, to keep George from showing up at the radio broadcast so we can take it over.
Yes, under Plan B, George winds up in the bathtub and all his clothes are gone.
Oh, Gracie, that's a low, mean trick. That's underhanded stuff. Surely we wouldn't do a thing like that.
He hasn't been a woman very long, has he?
And now, let's go back to the Burns home where Plan B, to keep George off the radio program, is being launched by Gracie. Under this plan, she gets George into the bathtub and swipes his clothes. Personally, I don't see how she's going to do it, but you know Gracie.
So won't you come into the den and sing for the girls, George? They're waiting to hear your glorious voice.
You sure this isn't a trick to get me off the program?
Get you off the program? Why, we want you to sing for the entire half hour.
Don't you honor the broadcast culture?
We do. And what could be more culture than your voice? Why, you give the world a pearl of melody every time you open the oyster of your mouth.
Well...
Come on, darling. The girls are waiting to hear you sing.
Okay, I'll give them a little thrill.
Oh, here he is, gals. The Nightingale of Beverly Hills, Sugar Throat Burns.
Any special requests?
Oh, sing Ain't Misbehavin'. I'm sure all the girls will swoon when they hear that, won't you, girls?
Okay. Ain't misbehaving. Wait a minute, I wasn't singing yet.
And now for his next number, Mr.
Next
Burns.
number? I didn't do my first ditty.
For his next number, Mr. Burns will sing something which I know will be especially thrilling to our own classical singer, Madame de Silva. Shortening bread.
But happy we started Ain't Misbehaving.
Shortening bread for Madame de Silva.
Mammy's little baby loves shortening. Mammy's little baby loves shortening bread. Mammy's little... Mammy's little baby...
Madame de Silva, control your ecstasy.
That was not ecstasy.
What?
It was joy, dear. That's much louder than ecstasy. Why, you're better than Nelsonetti.
You really think
Well,
so?
certainly, and much more convincing. Why, when you sang Shortening Bread, I could actually smell it.
The same goes for Ain't Misbehaving. Gracie, listen, how does this get him into the bathtub so we can grab his clothes?
You'll see. Yes, girls, my husband was magnificent, but you haven't heard anything until you hear him sing in the bathtub.
Oh, I see.
Well, it's true. The bathtub seems to give my voice an added resonance and depth.
Yeah, why don't you jump right in now, darling?
Well, I've had one bath today, but I like baths.
Good.
I guess I'm just a caveman at heart. Makes me feel good to get rid of my clothes for a while.
Yes, well, this bath is going to keep you happy for a long time.
Okay, now listen closely, girls. I may hear a high C. Mammy's little baby.
Okay, girls, our objective is in sight. As soon as he gets into the tub, We'll get all his clothes. Blanche, you take his other suits from the closet.
All right.
Clara, you take his shirts and ties.
Okay.
Madame De Silva, you bring his shoes and socks.
Very well.
But Gracie, what if he wraps a towel around himself and chases us?
Oh, don't worry. There isn't a towel in the house that'll go all the way around George. Now, hurry. We'll meet at Bill Goodwin's house in 5 minutes.
Good afternoon, Mrs. Burns. I've been ringing your door buzzer a long time. You look awfully old and tired today, Mrs. Burns.
I'm not Mrs. Burns. I'm Mr. Burns.
But you're wearing a dress.
I know I'm wearing a dress. It's all the clothes I could find.
My goodness, I didn't know the shortage of men's clothes was that bad.
Look, Mr.
I hope the returning servicemen won't have to wear dresses. The poor fellas won't know who's whistling at who.
You don't understand, Mr. Postman. I have clothes, but my wife's club, the Beverly Hills Uplift Society, took them.
But why?
Why? They want to take over my radio program. Naturally, I can't do a broadcast in just my underwear.
You're right. Let's not kill television before it gets started.
Well, those dames haven't outsmarted me. I called NBC and told them not to let any women into my studio tonight.
A shrewd move.
Certainly is a shrewd move. We can't let women get the upper hand. We men are the masters, and we're going to stay the masters.
Your dreams are getting better all the time.
Well, so long, Mr. Postman. See you later.
Goodbye, Mr. Burns.
What was that for?
That short dress shows your legs.
Not bad, huh?
I wish my wife had legs like yours.
Really?
Yes. Then when she got after me, I could run between them and escape. Well, goodbye. Remember, keep smiling.
Well, girls, are you all comfortable?
Oh, yes. Charming little place you have, Bill.
Oh, thanks.
I like the way your walls are simply covered with pictures. There must be hundreds of them.
Well, yes, but they're not so good. I'm having some better ones taken next week.
Now that you're one of us, Bill, we can tell you that taking over George's program is only the beginning.
Really?
Oh, yes. According to our plan, women will gradually take over all the programs.
Well, but how can women fill the place of singers like Crosby and Sinatra and Haynes?
Well, that's easy. The place taken by all three of them can be filled by Kate Smith alone.
You're so right. But you'll have to replace the classical singers, too, Gracie. What about John Charles Thomas?
We'll replace those three with the Andrews sisters.
You're really crowding the men right out of the picture.
Yes, and then the Old Maids of America will sponsor a quiz program for male contestants. If any man misses a question, he has to marry one of the sponsors.
And the questions won't be easy.
Yes. Isn't that a wonderful plan?
Grand.
We'll call the program Take It and Love It.
Gracie, suppose the guy isn't happy with her.
Well, then he can tell his problem to Madam Anthony.
You certainly have figured all the angles.
Yeah, we're tired of it being a man's world.
And when we women take over radio, it'll be run smoothly and efficiently. No quarrels, no jealousies, no dissension.
Sounds great.
Yes. Let's decide what each of us will do on the program this evening, huh? Madame De Silva, what will you contribute?
I intend to sing the bell song from Lakshmi.
Why don't you sing a song about the Liberty Bell, dear?
Why? Would that suit my voice better?
Yes, it has a crack in it.
Why? You tone-deaf ignoramus.
Item 1, solo by Madame De Silva. Now, what will you contribute, Clara?
Well, I thought I'd give a talk on fashion trends. I design all my own clothes, you know.
Did you design that peculiar garment that you're wearing?
Yes, and what's peculiar about it?
It resembles a tent pitched by a very young Boy Scout.
Oh, why, you dirty old frump.
Item 2, fashion talk by Clara Bagley. Now, what about you, Blanche?
I'll give a Shakespearean recitation. You? Why not? When I was a girl, I learned everything Shakespeare wrote. When you were a girl, he hadn't written much. Why, you illiterate hillbilly.
Item 3, Shakespearean recitation by Blanche Morton. Now, you see how smoothly we settle things, Bill?
Yeah, I'm fascinated.
Well, let's run through the opening. Bill, you read the announcement.
Okay, Gracie. Presenting the Beverly Hills Uplift Society in radio's first all-woman program.
Ah, beautiful lady. Women of the world, arise. Let us shake off the chains of slavery and build a better world. A world in which there will be no men, just women and children. Beautiful lady. And now, for this evening's first tidbit of culture, here's Blanche Morton with a Shakespearean recitation.
The quality of mercy is not strained. It droppeth as a gentle rain from heaven. Upon the place beneath it is twice blessed. It blesses him that gives and him that takes. 'Tis mightiest of the mightiest.
Mrs. Morton. Please. Who would listen to that?
Well, I guess you could do it better.
Well, certainly. Why, everybody who... Come in.
Good afternoon, Mr. Goodwin. Here's your mail.
Oh, thank you, Mr. Postman. Oh, say, I guess you're kind of surprised to find a dozen women in my house.
Yes, that's not as many as usual.
Now, Mr. Postman, I don't suppose you saw anyone at my house.
Oh, I saw your husband, Mrs. Burns.
Well, how could that be? You couldn't see the tub from the front door.
Yes, I could. He's the one who opened it. He was wearing one of your dresses.
Oh, well, come on, girls. Let's get to the studio and do the broadcast.
Oh, just a moment, ladies. I'm afraid it's no use. Mr. Burns told NBC that no women were to be allowed in his studio tonight.
Oh, well, that does it. Well, we might as well take George's clothes back. George's clothes? That's it. We'll put on his clothes and walk right in.
But, Gracie, even in a suit, my figure won't look like a man.
Well, we'll pad you a little, dearie.
Now, just a minute.
Girls, hurry and put on George's suit. We'll go to the studio as men.
Well, goodbye, fellow. Well, whatever you are, remember, keep smiling.
Now, look, Mr. Postman, I know you've got orders not to let any women into Studio D, but I'm not a woman.
Now, beat it, sister.
Look, I've got on my wife's dress because my clothes were stolen. I'm a man.
With them hips?
Honest, I'm George Burns.
Oh, sure, and I'm Lauren Bacall. You ain't crashing this gate, sister.
I tell you, I'm George Burns, and if I don't get...
Well, good evening, Mr. Doorman.
Evening, Mr. Wilson.
Meredith, you're just in time. Oh, no. It's Gracie and the Uplifters. And they're wearing my suits.
You really are screwy, sister.
Honest. All those men are women. The little fellow in the green suit is my wife.
These are new members of my orchestra, Mr. Doorman. Mr. Morton.
Trombone.
Mr. Bagley.
Bass drum.
Mr. De Silva.
Thither.
And Mr. Allen.
Pipe organ.
Okay, gents, go right on through.
Gracie, you can't do this to me.
One side, madam. We have a program to do.
Oh, this is the end.
Gracie, I have a surprise for you. Next week, our guest star will be Kay Kaiser.
Oh, wonderful. When we make him an honorary woman, we'll have a Southern Belle in our club.
No. The Beverly Hills Uplift Society, not next week.
All right, dear. In honor of Kay Kaiser, we'll call ourselves the Boll Weevil Uplift Society.
Gracie, those dames will not be on the program, or my name is not George Burns.
Good night, Sam.
Good night, everybody.
George Burns and Gracie Allen. With yours truly, Bill Goodwin, and the music of Meredith Wilson and his orchestra. Well, as we look in at the Burns home today, the atmosphere is a little tense. Gracie's just been called on the carpet by her lord and master.
Sit down, Gracie.
Yes, dear.
Now, before we start this discussion, I want to warn you that none of your tricks will work. So don't bother to flatter me, cry, or make love to me.
George, do you think that when I flatter you, cry, or make love to you, that those are tricks?
Yes. Tricks to stall off a discussion.
But you're so handsome, George. So incredibly handsome. Kiss me, volcano lips. Okay, let's start the discussion.
Okay. Now, Gracie, marriage is based upon the principles of give and take, share and share alike, compromise.
Yeah, I know, darling, and that's the way I try to live it. When I go to the movies and you want to go to sleep, we compromise. You sleep in the movies.
Yes, you're sweet that way. But the problem I want to talk to you about right now is bigger than movies.
Oh, I know what it is. You want to bawl me out for bending the fender on the car. Well, go ahead. I deserve it.
When did you bend the fender on the car?
You didn't know I did it?
No.
Oh, what a sneaking little informer I turned out to be.
We'll take care of that later. Right now, I want to talk to you about Meredith Wilson.
Meredith Wilson?
Yes. 4 weeks ago, you rented our den to him. And since then, he's been driving me out of my mind with those jokes of his. Gracie, he's got to go.
Oh, but George, Meredith is so sweet.
But he's such a jerk. He never says hello like an ordinary human being. He goes right into one of those broken-down jokes of his. Like, speaking of door hinges, I tell you, I can't stand it.
Oh, George, you're exaggerating.
What?
Well, hello, folks.
Meredith, did you say hello?
Yes, I did. That's what I said. Hello, I said.
I see.
Well, I guess I made a mistake.
Speaking of mistakes...
Oh, no.
I am reminded of the young
Meredith,
chap
not
who-
now. Not now, Meredith.
You don't want to hear my anecdote?
No.
It's a real rib tickler.
Well, I'm not in the mood to have my ribs tickled. Don't even want them touched. Look, Meredith, do you know a nice hotel where you might get a room?
Why, it just so happens I do, George.
Good.
The manager of the Hotel Bottomley is a friend of mine.
Fine.
I can get a room there any time I want it.
Wonderful. Why don't you move in?
If I ever go back to Cincinnati, I certainly will.
Oh, it's in Cincinnati.
Yes, Cincinnati, Ohio.
Thanks. Thought it might be Cincinnati, Portugal. Or Cincinnati, Persia.
You sure have been everywhere, George.
Yeah, I traveled a lot, Meredith.
Speaking of travel...
Oh, go, Meredith.
I am
Go
reminded...
in the den, Meredith. Later with those jokes. Goodbye. Gracie, if you don't get that man out of this house by sundown, I'm leaving you.
Oh, George, don't say that. You know I couldn't live without you.
Well, that's too bad.
I love you, darling. You're my whole life. Without you, I'm just an empty shell. Just a husk who's lost her corn.
I can't help it.
Oh, please, George, say you didn't mean it. Beat me, but don't leave me.
I'm leaving.
All right, leave. But come back now and then and beat me.
Well, goodbye, Gracie. I'm not... Come in.
Hi, Burnses. What's new?
Oh, Bill, our home is breaking up.
Really? Why?
Could you stand it in the same house with a dope who does nothing but tell bad jokes?
Well, no, George, I couldn't, but Gracie loves you.
Really, make an entrance once in a while.
Oh, I do love him, Bill. If George leaves me, I won't be able to eat. I won't be able to sleep.
Well, Gracie, you won't be able to sleep. It's George who won't be able to eat.
Look, funny man, I was talking about Meredith Wilson telling jokes, not me. And unless my wife gets him out of this house, I'm leaving. Gracie, I'll be in my room packing. And you know how to stop it.
Oh, dear. Wish you hadn't teased him, Bill. George is so easily upset.
Really? As heavy as he is around the base?
Oh, Bill, be serious. Even if he doesn't leave, he might do something desperate. You know that violent temper of his.
Oh, sure.
Why, he might grab a butcher knife and run into the den while Meredith is asleep and carve "I hate you" on the wall.
Yeah, the little man's a tiger.
Yeah. Well, I'll just have to make Meredith leave. Here goes. Meredith.
Yes, Gracie?
Meredith, that is, you... Well, you see, you've just got to...
Yes, Gracie?
Meredith, don't look at me like that with those big wet brown eyes. Oh, they look so frightened, like a cow who sees the farmer coming with a milk pail and cold hands.
Well, that look isn't fright at all, Gracie. It's admiration.
Well, that's good, because there's something I have... Admiration?
Gosh, yes. You know, before I moved in here with you and George, I used to think I'd never get married. But now that I've seen how wonderful a wife can be, I've changed my mind.
Well, thank you, Meredith.
Of course, I'll probably never find a wife as pretty or as smart as you are.
Oh, sure you will. Somewhere there might be one.
Why, just being in the same house with you is like having the sunshine all the time.
Gee.
But enough of this. You had something to tell me.
Well, never mind that. Let's have some more of this.
What did you say?
Let's have some more of this.
Well, no, really, Gracie, what did you come in here to tell me?
Well, I came to tell you...
Yes, Gracie?
I came to tell you that you'll have 2 extra blankets on your bed tonight.
Well, Gracie, did you tell him?
Oh, gee, I couldn't, George. I just couldn't. Did you ever see his eyes? He looks like a cow.
Well, tell him to leave a pint of half and half and get out of here.
Well, I'll try again when I get back from the market.
Oh, don't bother. I'll figure some way to get Meredith out of the den. But in the future, please remember that this is our house. And I don't want anybody in here but us.
Yes, dear. But don't do anything rough to Meredith. Boy, I've come to think of him as one of the family. It's like you're his father and I'm his sister.
Run along, sis, and do your marketing.
Here's the rest of your groceries, Mrs. Burns. Want me to carry them to the car for you?
Oh, no, thanks. I can manage. Goodbye. I'll see you.
Oh, I'm sorry, ma'am.
Oh, well, why don't you look for Kay Kaiser?
Hello, Gracie. Gee, I'm sorry I bumped into you. I'm just so tired I don't know where I'm going. I haven't slept a wink in 4 nights.
Oh, you poor man. You've probably been studying your music too hard.
Oh, I don't study music, Gracie. I don't have to know anything about it. I'm a leader.
Yeah, that's right. Well, what is the trouble then?
Well, my wife, Georgia, has a bunch of girls staying at the house. You know, Powers girls she used to work with. All those women do is gab. I've just got to get 1 night's sleep.
Well, have you tried to get a hotel room?
Yeah, that isn't easy in this town. The earliest I can get one is Monday.
Well, Monday isn't so bad.
This is Monday, August 18th.
Oh.
1948. I just gotta get some sleep tonight. Say, Gracie, is there any chance that you and George might let me sleep at your house for just
no. I couldn't possibly let you stay at our house.
Well, I wouldn't be any trouble. I could sleep in the den.
Oh, don't even say that word.
Well, all right. Forget it. I'll find a park bench somewhere. It's just that I'll collapse if I don't get some sleep.
Okay. Don't look at me like that with those big, wet, brown eyes.
Huh?
Oh, dear, another whole scene. Well, all right, Kay, you can stay at our house tonight.
Oh, bless you, Gracie. I knew a girl as sweet and pretty as you must have Southern hospitality in her heart.
Oh, thank you.
You know, down south, we don't turn any man away from our door. Why, we'd even give a dish of oatmeal to a hungry Republican. No spoon, of course.
Well, you come over tonight and you can have the couch in the den. I'd give you the bed, but Meredith Wilson sleeps there.
Oh, I know Meredith. Darn good musician.
Oh, yes? You two can discuss music. Well, anyway, he can. You can just nod.
Well, I don't plan to do much discussing. All I want is sleep.
Well, whatever you want, you can have. I'll show you that we Californians know all about Southern hospitality.
Thank you.
I'll make you think you're back in the land of Robert E. Mason and so-on Chick Dixon.
Well,
With the old folks strumming on their bayous and chitlins blooming in the yard.
Oh, don't go to any trouble, Gracie. All I want is sleep. Well, I'll be over about 9 o'clock. Goodbye.
Goodbye. Oh, now I've done it. I've got Kay Kaiser in the den, too. Why did I have to meet a cow who wears glasses?
Hey, George, what are you rigging up with all the electric wires and stuff?
I finally figured out a way to get rid of Meredith Wilson. I'm wiring his bed.
George, you mean...
Yes. Wait till he hops in tonight. He'll get more shocks than the night he read Forever Amber.
You know, this seems like the hard way, though. Couldn't you just hint to Meredith that you'd like him to leave?
Hint? Bill, hinting is no good when a guy is a jerk.
Well, let me do the hinting for you.
I don't know which way you meant that, but I'm still suspicious. Just help me rig up this booby trap before Gracie gets back.
Okay.
I'll run this wire out of the den window here, and then tonight, when Meredith's asleep, we'll give him the works.
Well, why don't you let him stay, George? Maybe you'll get to like his jokes.
Bill, I won't like his jokes if I live to be 100.
Well, you might, and that's only a couple of days to wait.
Let's get busy and wire the bed.
Okay.
Well, here I am, Gracie, and I sure am ready for some sleep.
Oh, quick, Kay, into the den. The couch is ready.
But I ought to say hello to George and thank him for his hospitality.
Oh, no. He mustn't see you.
Why not?
Why not? Why not? Oh, why not? He's not well. No, he's got something.
Oh. And if he sees me, I might catch it.
Yeah. And I'd catch it even worse. Now, quick, let's go into the den. Well, Meredith, here's our guest.
Hello, Kay. Well, hello, Meredith. Sure is nice of you to let me move in with you.
Not at all. I just hope you can stand sleeping in the same room with me. You see,
You snore?
Worse than that. I'm a Yankee.
Man, I'm so tired I could sleep with General Grant, beard and all. That couch sure does look good.
No, Kay. You take the bed. I'll take the couch.
Kay, Meredith is right. This is our chance to show you some real Southern hospitality.
Well, I'm just too tired to argue. Okay, I'll take the bed.
Oh, fine. I guess I really should serve you some Southern food before you turn in. A nice hot bowl of weevils or something.
No. I very seldom eat weevils. Really, all I want is a little sleep. I haven't slept in 4 nights, you know.
Oh, well, just as you wish. And now I'll go and fix you a mint julep.
I wish you wouldn't go to any trouble. If I could just go to sleep.
Oh, it's no trouble. This is Southern hospitality, Kay.
Oh, I had to open my big accent.
Well, I'll go get your julep while you climb into your pajamas or nightshirt or whatever you wear.
I sleep in my birthday suit.
Oh, well, put it on and zip it up. I'll go fix your julep.
Oh, I'm so sleepy, I'm not even going to take off my clothes. Good night, Meredith.
Good night, Kay.
Well, if I do say so myself, that's a lovely mint julep. I'll take it right up to Kay.
Gracie, what have you got there?
Oh, you startled me, George.
What's in the glass?
It's a mint julep.
Mint julep? Who's it for?
It's for me.
For you? Well, you've never taken a drink in your life.
Oh, that's what you think. Why, when you're not around, I drink like a fish. I'm a kleptomaniac.
That's a person who steals.
I mean, I'm a hypochondriac.
It's a person who thinks he's sick.
Oh, well, I don't know the technical name for it, but I'm just an old rum pot.
Oh, stop.
It's true, dear. For years I've been in the grip of John Bollyoats. John Bollyweed? Joe Bollyweed.
Don't be ridiculous. You don't know what liquor tastes like.
Honest, this very minute I'm loaded.
Gracie.
Happy New Year!
Look, Gracie.
That's right, preach to me. But it won't make a difference.
Oh, will you please stop?
Why don't you see what the back in the boys' room will have?
Okay, that's enough. I know that julep is not for you.
Sweet
Oh, cut it out. Cut it out. You were headed for the den when I first saw you. That julep is for Meredith, isn't it?
Meredith? Oh, yeah. Yes. That's who it's for. I just didn't want you to know what a fiendish plan I'd figured out to get rid of him.
Giving him juleps will get rid of him?
Well, sure, because I make such wonderful ones. He'll want more and more, and pretty soon he'll be in the grip of Joe Bollyoats. Joe Bollyhay? Bill Bollyhay.
Sam Newman. What difference does it make? It won't get Meredith out of the house.
Well, it might get him lost for a weekend.
Well, go ahead, take him to julep if it'll make you happy. But I've got a plan that'll get him out anyway.
Oh, thanks, dear. Well, Kay, here's your mint julep. Hey!
Huh?
I say, here's your mint julep. It'll help you sleep.
Yes. When you came in, I was pacing the floor.
Well, drink it down.
Okay, anything that gets some sleep. Bottoms up.
Delicious, huh?
Are you sure you know how to make a mint julep?
Well, of course. Sugar and mint leaves and whiskey.
And that's what you put in this one?
Well, we were out of sugar, so I used raspberry jam.
Oh.
And there weren't any mint leaves, so I used parsley.
Oh.
And we don't keep whiskey in the house, but I found some cough syrup that's 80% alcohol. But outside of that, it was just like you make them down south.
Yes, it was in a glass, if that's what you mean.
Would you like another one?
Oh, no. No, thanks. I'm going to have enough trouble explaining this one to my stomach.
Oh, I knew you'd love it. Well, good night, Kay.
Meredith is finally asleep, Bill. I can hear him snoring through the den window here.
Yeah. Well, I guess we're ready to give him the works, huh? Now, just what happens when you set off that contraption in his bed?
First of all, the wire under a sheet gives him 110 volts.
Oh, that's wonderful. Sort of a full-length hot foot.
Yeah. Now he grabs the chain on his bedlight, gives it a yank, and a bucket of water falls on his head.
Sensational.
Now a bunch of cowbells and stuff drop on him.
That's terrific.
Now he leaps out of bed, sticks his feet in his bedroom slippers. They're wired.
No. You mean?
Another 110 volts.
George, you're a genius.
Now he reaches for the bathrobe, catches his fingers in a mouse trap.
You're a fiend.
But you were perfectly willing to electrocute him and fracture a skull with buckets of ice water.
All right, that's good, clean fun. You dirty person.
Oh, go.
Out. I don't need him to set this thing off. I'll do it myself. Here goes.
Where's the light?
What happened?
Mrs. Burns, you make the doggonest mint julep I ever saw.
Okay, I'm so glad you liked
I
it.
haven't had many a julep in my day, but that's the first one that ever hit me after I was asleep. And I mean, it felt like a jolt of lightning ran up my back. I even heard bells.
Oh, well, that's just part of my southern hospitality, Kay. I'll bet you really felt down south.
You ain't kidding. I felt it clear down around Memphis.
Well, I'll go fetch you another one.
Oh, no. No, please.
Oh, all right. Well, whatever you say. Well, sleep tight.
Thanks. I just did. You know, Kay, that julep must have been strong. I didn't even taste it, and I heard those bells. I'll tell you, man, she must have put uranium in that thing. Why, I'm wringing wet. I'd better put on these bedroom slippers and see. What happened? That doggone julep just reached my feet. Hey, wait a minute. These slippers are wired. And there's wires in the bed, too. Somebody's trying to electrocute me. Sammy Kay. I'm getting out of here.
Well, Gracie will be hurt if you turn down her southern hospitality.
I don't mind southern hospitality, but I don't want to be southern fried.
Kay, come back.
No, sir. I'm getting my white meat out of this skillet. Goodbye.
Now, that's funny. I slept in that bed for 4 weeks, and I never noticed those wires.
Well, I finally got rid of Meredith.
You did?
Yeah. Meredith!
Yes, old man?
Gracie, come here.
What is it, dear?
Gracie, if Meredith is still here, who is that guy I saw running out of the house?
Oh, that must have been Kay Kaiser.
Kay Kaiser?
Yeah, he was sleeping in our den, too.
Meredith Wilson and Kay Kaiser? Who have you got in the bureau drawers? Paul?
Oh, George.
Harry James is probably staying with Meredith, too.
Oh, don't be silly. If you were Harry James, would you?
Sit down, young lady. We're going to have a little talk.
Yes, dear.
Now, none of your tricks. Don't bother to flatter me, cry, or make love to me.
George, you're so incredibly handsome.
Now, don't start that. Don't. Oh, come on.
Kiss me, Walter.
Gracie, what am I going to do with you? Every week you disobey me.
Oh, no more, George. I've turned over a new leaf. From now on, I'm your slave. I'm yours to command. I'll obey every one of your wishes.
You mean that?
Just try me.
Okay. No more hats this year.
Try me again.
I thought so. Good night.
George Burns and Gracie Allen. With yours truly, Bill Goodwin, and the music of Meredith Willson and his orchestra. Tonight we find Gracie and her friend Blanche Morton returning home from a Charles Boyer movie.
Thanks for driving me home, Blanche. I'm sorry our husbands didn't go with us.
Me too. A little of that Boyer might have rubbed off on them. Oh, that romantic Frenchman.
Yes. What a hunk of Lend-Lease.
I'll say. I wonder what it'd be like to be married to Charles Boyer. I guess every woman in the country wonders that.
Mm-hmm. What a shame he isn't Tommy Manville, so we could all find out.
What a man.
Of course, I wouldn't think of trading my George for Charles Boyer.
And I'd never think of trading my Harry for him either.
I'm much happier with George than I could ever be with Boyer.
And I'm happier with Harry.
Why, if you offered me Boyer, I'd say no.
Me too.
No use, Blanche. The same thing happened when we pretended rayons were as good as nylon.
Yeah, let's face it, Boyer is dynamite. The way he made love to that girl in the picture. Wow.
You know, Blanche, I don't believe Frenchmen eat snails. He just couldn't eat snails and work that fast.
Remember that dinner scene? How he kissed her hand and held her chair for her?
Oh, yes. Does your husband ever kiss your hand before dinner?
Are you kidding? With his appetite, I wouldn't dare put my hand to his mouth.
I don't know. Why can't our husbands be like Boyer?
Yeah. Why, even after he married the girl in the picture, he was so sweet and romantic.
Oh, yes. He was always telling her how lovely she looked. Does Harry ever tell you how you look, Blanche?
Yes, the rat.
Remember that scene where his wife had been gone for a few hours and Charles Boyer was pacing the floor waiting for her return?
Yes. She opened the door and said, "Darling, I'm back." And Boyer said, "Oh, my Cherie, each minute has seemed like a year." And then he swept her into his arms and smothered her with burning kisses.
Yeah, and that wonderful vein started throbbing in his temple.
Don't you wish George had a vein like that?
Oh, he's got the vein. What he needs is a refill.
Well, enough of this high-voltage dreaming, Gracie. I've got to get home to my 10-watt husband. I'll call you tomorrow. Maybe we can go shopping. Good night.
Good night, Blanche. Thanks again for driving me home. Now, maybe I've been unfair about George. Maybe he's pacing the floor right now, waiting for me. Maybe when I say, "Darling, I'm back," he'll say, "Each minute has seemed like a year." And then he'll grab me and smother me with burning kisses. "Darling, I'm back."
Oh, have you been gone?
George, I'm within easy reach of you.
Good. Scratch my back, will you?
Oh, George, just look at you sitting there in your undershirt and stocking feet.
What's wrong with that?
Charles Boyer would never let his wife see him in stocking feet.
What does he do, sleep with his shoes on?
Oh, what's the use? Why don't you go to the show now and then and learn to do things like men do in the movies?
I do.
Well, then see somebody besides Wallace Beery.
I like Wally. Darn good actor.
Oh, George, be a little attentive. At least greet me when I come home. You didn't even shake hands with me.
Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't realize it meant so much to you. Put her there. Shake.
Oh, George.
Shake hands.
Be romantic like Charles Boyer.
Oh, I can't be like him. I'm strictly the Wally Berry type.
Oh, no, you're not. I'm sure your kisses can be just as burning as Boyer's. Kiss me, Charles.
Okay. Want another one?
No, thanks, Wally.
Yeah, well, it's past my bedtime. Let's turn in, Gracie.
Oh, it would be awfully romantic if someone carried someone upstairs tonight.
Don't be silly. I'm much too heavy for you.
Good morning, Meredith. You're up early today.
Well, I've been out visiting my friends, the birds, Gracie. Each morning we commune together.
Oh, that's sweet. Can I fix you a nice poached egg for breakfast?
Oh, no. Not after being out with the birds. I'd know that some feathered mother had thought of that egg as Sonny Boy.
You're too tender-hearted, Meredith. There are mama pigs, too, but I still wish the market would sell us a few slices of Junior.
No, I'll just have a bowl of grape nuts. I don't believe they have any, folks.
All right. And while you're reading, I'll tell you the dream I had last night.
Okay, and then I'll tell you mine. I had the wildest, craziest dream you ever heard of. What was yours?
Well, I dreamed that George was Charles Boyer. What was yours?
Well, never mind. It seems kind of sensible now.
Oh, it was so wonderful. The George in my dream kissed my hand and made marvelous love to me and showered me with diamonds. But the more he did for me, the colder I became.
Why was that?
The real George had pulled all the blankets off me.
But quite a letdown.
Oh, yeah, it certainly was. Oh, I'd be so happy if that dream came true. But I don't suppose there's anything in the world that could turn George into Boyer.
Well, a good hypnotist could.
A hypnotist?
Yeah, one of those fellows who get you in their power and make you do whatever they say. I was hypnotized once by a chap who said he'd turn me into a trained seal.
Yeah, and did he?
I guess so. I woke up later with a mouthful of fish bones.
Say, that's an idea, Meredith. Do you know any hypnotists who would work on George?
No, but you might study the art yourself. I have an excellent book on the subject.
Oh, is it easy to learn?
Now, that all depends, Gracie. You can't hypnotize a person unless his mind is weaker than yours.
Oh, well, we're on the right track.
But the first thing to do is look into his eyes. Then you make passes at him.
If it turns George into Boyer, I'll let him make the passes. Bring me that book, Meredith. Now, the subject is in your power and will do as you command. Oh, this book is sensational.
Hi, Gracie. What goes on?
Oh, hello, Bill. I'm learning how to be a hypnotist. I'm going to hypnotize George.
Hypnotize George? Boy, that's something I could never do.
Oh, it's simple, Bill. First, you look right in his face.
Well, you see, I'm licked already. Besides, Gracie, why do you want to hypnotize a little man?
Well, I want to turn him into Charles Boyer.
Turn George into Boyer? Mm-hmm. Why don't you start with something easy, like turning Sinatra into Superman?
You're being pretty unfair.
No, I'm not, Gracie. Haven't you heard that you can't make a silk purse out of a sow's ear?
Yeah, but George isn't a sow's ear.
Well, it's even tougher with a horse's neck.
Well, it's worth a try. Let me practice on you, Bill.
Me?
Yeah, let me turn Bill Goodwin into Charles Boyer.
What, and disappoint thousands of women? No thanks.
Oh, you're so lucky, Bill. Thousands of girls are waiting for the man they love to come back from overseas.
How does that make me lucky?
Well, you can see the man you love every day and get a shave at the same time. Oh, George is in the kitchen and wants his breakfast. This is my chance to try out the hypnotism on him. Good morning, dear.
Good morning. Boy, am I hungry. How about a stack of wheat cakes?
George, look me right in the eye.
Huh?
Look into my eyes, George. Look deep into my eyes.
I've seen your eyes. I'd like to look at some wheat cakes.
George, must you think of your stomach all the time? Pay attention to me and just let it hang there.
What is this, anyway?
George, look at me. You are Charles Boyer.
Me? Don't be silly. I'm Ingrid Bergman. Get me something to eat.
Not until you concentrate. Now, look into my eyes again.
Okay, I'm looking.
Now, make your brain a blank.
Mine too, huh?
You're Charles Boyer, and you want love.
I'm George Burns, and I want wheat cakes.
No, you are not George Burns. You never heard of George Burns. George Burns isn't even in this room. Only Charles Boyer is here.
Okay. Go fix Charlie some wheat cakes.
Wheat cakes. Say something sweet to me.
Maple syrup. Put it on the wheat cakes.
What's the use?
Well, Gracie, did you cast your spell on the little man?
Oh, no, Bill. He just wouldn't go into a trance.
Well, are you sure? With George, it's kind of hard to tell.
No, I'm afraid it didn't work, Bill. I guess I need some more practice. But who could I practice on?
Well, if you're in the mood for experimentation, Gracie, look out the window. See who's coming up the walk?
Yeah, oh, wonderful. A perfect subject. Oh, I can't wait to try it on. Excuse me, Bill.
Good morning, Mrs. Burns.
Don't move. Just look into my eyes. Deep, deep into my eyes.
Yes.
You are Charles Boyer.
Oh, so many women make that mistake. I'm not, though. I'm the postman.
Well, I didn't mean it.
Oh, it's perfectly understandable. Mr. Boyer and I possess the same fire and dash, the same irresistible sex appeal. And his deep throbbing voice is so similar to my own.
Oh, no. You missed the point, Mr. Postman. I was trying to hypnotize you.
Oh, I see. Can you really hypnotize people?
Well, I think so.
Could you hypnotize my wife?
Oh, yes, I'd just put her into a deep sleep.
Are you sure she'd wake up again?
Oh, of course.
Oh, well, nothing is perfect.
Mr. Postman, you're just afraid of your wife. I could hypnotize you so you wouldn't be.
Oh, please do.
All right. Look into my eyes and concentrate.
I'm concentrating.
Now, picture a jungle. A line is pacing up and down. A brave, fearless line. That line is you.
Gee.
You're the king of the beasts. The lord of the jungle.
Gosh.
You fear nothing and no one.
Wow.
No one dares cross you because you can destroy them with one snap of your mighty jaws.
Wow, wow.
You're the fiercest, bravest, most powerful beast in the world.
Wow.
Now you're going home and throw your wife out of the house.
Right up to there, you nearly had me. Goodbye, Mr. Burns. Remember, keep smiling.
Say, Meredith.
Yes, George?
All morning, Gracie's been waving her hands in my face and staring at me. What's she up to?
Well, I know what it is, George, but, gosh, I can't tell you. It's a secret.
Oh, come on, Meredith. Let me in on it.
No, I'm sorry, George, but I gave Gracie my promise. And when a fellow's been a Boy Scout, he doesn't break his promises.
But, you might tell the secret to another Boy Scout, huh, Meredith?
Were you a Boy Scout, George?
Wish I had a nickel for every old lady who helped me across the street.
Well, that doesn't sound much like a Boy Scout. I better test you. How do you start a fire?
With a match.
Boy, you belong to a smart troop. We used to spend days rubbing two sticks together.
Well, now that you're sure of me, you can tell me the secret. You know, we Boy Scouts got to stick together.
Yeah, I guess we do. Well, here it is. Gracie's trying to hypnotize you into being Charles Boyer so she'll have a romantic husband.
So that's it. Another one of her harebrained schemes. Meredith, have you any idea what I take from Gracie?
No, I haven't, George, but it must be quite a tidy sum.
I'm going to teach her a lesson she'll never forget. I'll let her think she's hypnotized me. I'll be boying until she's sick of me. Not a word of this to Gracie, Meredith.
No. This is a secret between Boy Scouts. And I don't suppose Gracie was ever a Boy Scout.
No. They wouldn't let her in because she couldn't tie the knots. Yes. Well, here's where I get myself hypnotized. What are you reading, Gracie?
Oh, a book. I just finished the last chapter.
Good.
Look me in the eye, George.
Okay.
Come closer. Much closer.
All right.
That's it. You are getting sleepy. Your lids are very heavy. You're growing drowsy. You want to sleep. Sleep. Sleep.
Gracie, snap out of it. Wake up.
Yo. I guess you got too close.
Yes.
Back up a little.
Back up.
Now concentrate. When you awaken, you will no longer be George Burns. You will be Charles Boyer. Charles Boyer. Now awaken. Speak to me.
Bonjour, mademoiselle.
Oh, he is Charles Boyer. He spoke to me in perfect French.
But of course, I am Charles Boyer.
You're sure you're not George Burns?
George Burns? Never heard of him.
Oh, this is wonderful.
And who are you, mon poutout?
I'm the ex-Mrs. George Burns.
Ah, you are so beautiful, so divine, so c'est la guerre.
Why, Charles.
I am mad for you. Come, let me smother you with burning kisses.
Oh, if this gets around, hypnotism is going to replace gin rummy. Well, come on, kiss me.
Yes. I kiss the hand.
More.
I kiss the other hand.
More.
I kiss the first hand again.
Wouldn't you like a little change of scenery? Kiss me on the lips.
Oui. There.
Kiss me again.
There.
That's funny. We got rid of George Burns, but we can't seem to shake off Wallace Beery.
Ah, mon poutout, I am full of the toujours for you. I will do anything to make you happy.
Oh, would you buy me a new hat?
Only one? I will buy you 20. 100 hats.
Oh, and a fur coat, maybe mink?
12 fur coats, whatever you like. Mink, skunk, monk. Nothing is too good.
Oh, well, I'll need some money.
Then I will give you money. Will $5,000 be enough?
$5,000?
Too small, eh? So I will make it 10,000. Here, I'll write you a check. Your check, mademoiselle.
Oh, you're sweet. You're the most generous. Oh, wait a minute. You signed it, Charles Boyer.
But of course. That is my moniker. Or, as you say in America, me name.
Oh, but the check is no good unless it's signed by George Burns.
George Burns. Never heard of him.
But this check...
I love you. I kiss the hand.
This check...
I kiss the other hand.
Oh, stop.
What is wrong, mon poutout?
Oh. Stop calling me that. I'm not a patoot and I'm not young. Come in.
Hello, Gracie. Would you like to go shopping with me?
Well...
Ah, another woman. I make the love to her.
What's with your husband?
Well, I hypnotized him, Blanche. He thinks he's Charles Boyer.
And Boyer makes love to all the women. Come to my arms, mon latest patoot.
Hey, cut it out.
Yeah, you let go of her this minute.
Not until I smother her with burning kisses.
That's enough. That's enough. I'm getting out of here.
Yeah, get out, Blanche. Go do your shopping.
Shopping my eye. I'm going to study hypnotism.
Why did you do that? Why did you make love to her?
Because I am Boyer. For Boyer not to make the love is like the baker not to make the bagel.
Oh, this is terrible. I've got to turn you back into George Burns.
George Burns. Never heard of him.
Oh, please, look into my eyes.
I am looking.
Now concentrate. When you awaken, you will no longer be Charles Boyer. You will be George Burns. George Burns. Now awaken. Speak to me.
Bonjour, mademoiselle.
Oh, this is awful. Please, George, wake up. Come in.
Hi, Gracie. I'm sorry to bother you again, but Gracie, you're crying.
Oh, I can't help it, Bill. The most terrible thing has happened. I hypnotized George and turned him into Charles Boyer, and now...
Oh, you poor kid. Now he's turning back into George, huh?
No. He's not turning back into George. He's become a Frankenstein.
Well, he's turning back, all right. That's one of the steps between Boyer and George.
Oh, Bill, help me. I want my George back. Oh, Bill, I see you're not going to help me. I'll go in the den and talk to Meredith.
You look worried, Gracie. What's the matter?
Oh, Meredith, I turned George into Charles Boyer, and now I can't turn him back again. I'm frantic.
Gee, you wouldn't have to worry at all if you knew the secret George and I have.
Secret? What is it, Meredith?
Oh, I can't tell you. It's a secret between fellow Boy Scouts. We Scouts have got to stick together.
Well, you and I ought to stick together, too, Meredith. We're fellow Gene Autry fans.
Well, I've switched to Roy Rogers.
Well, we're fellow Democrats. Well, Meredith, where were you born?
Iowa.
Oh, you see? There you are.
You mean?
Mm-hmm, I was born in California. Right in the same country.
My golly, I never thought of that. We're fellow Americans.
Well, sure, we were both born in America.
That's right. E pluribus unum.
San Francisco.
Okay, Gracie, I'll tell you the secret. George is only pretending to be hypnotized so he can teach you a lesson.
What?
I wouldn't have told that secret to anyone but an American.
Oh, so this has all been an act. Well, we'll see who teaches who a lesson. Hand me that telephone. Do you still love me, Charles?
I worship you. I adore you. I'm full of de toujours for mon sweet patoot.
Oh, good. There's a delivery man coming up the walk now with something that'll make you very happy.
What is this you say?
You'll see.
Packages for you, lady.
Oh, thank you. Just put them there.
Okay, fellas, drop them right here.
What's in la packages?
Oh, well, this one is a coat from Magnum's, and this one is dresses from Howard Greer, and this one is hats from John Fredericks, and this one is shoes from Saks.
Hey, wait a minute.
And they won't cost my darling Charles a penny. I charged them all to that fellow you never heard of, George Burns.
Gracie, you can't do this to me.
Oh, don't look now, dear, but your accent is slipping.
Oh, forget that Boyer stuff. I only pretended to be hypnotized. The whole thing was a gag. Say you'll send those things back. Gracie, speak to me.
Banjao, mon patoot.
George Burns and Gracie Allen. With yours truly, Bill Goodwin, and the music of Meredith Wilson and his orchestra. You know, folks, the George Burnses are so happily married that a newspaper has chosen them for the finals in its search to pick Hollywood's happiest Mr. and Mrs. We find Gracie now talking to a woman from the newspaper.
And so, Mrs. Burns, our search for Hollywood's ideal husband and wife has narrowed down to you and one other couple.
Well, this is a wonderful surprise, Miss Ettinger. But really, George and I aren't so much. We're just plain, ordinary, everyday, delightful people.
Well, Mrs. Burns, since you're so happily married, perhaps you have some advice to pass along to young girls in the matter of choosing the right husband.
Yes, I have. When I was very young, I made up my mind that I would find the perfect man. Man with personality, looks, brains, talent, and charm. I searched for 3 years before I finally married George Burns.
Then your advice to young girls would be?
Do just what I did. Give up the hopeless search and marry the man you love.
And what is your recipe for staying happily married?
Well, personally, I try to observe the mistakes that other wives make and avoid making those mistakes myself.
What kind of mistake?
Oh, now, for example, I've seen women ask their husbands for $10 to pay an installment on the radio, and then take that money and buy a hat with it.
How true.
Well, if my husband gives me $10 to pay a radio installment, I pay the radio installment. If I need a hat, I use the rent money.
I see.
I can get a much better hat that way.
I understand how using the rent money gets you a better hat. But does that make your husband happy?
Oh, yes, he loves to move.
Well, Mrs. Burns, isn't it difficult to maintain a career and a home at the same time? I mean, isn't it drudgery to come home from the studio and have to cook dinner?
Miss Ettinger, if you were cooking for the one you love, would you call it drudgery?
No, I guess I wouldn't.
Well, neither does George.
You mean your husband does the cooking?
Oh, now, please don't get the idea that George cooks all the meals. He doesn't.
Oh, I see.
Twice a week we eat out.
I must confess that your methods for maintaining a happy marriage are a little unorthodox. However, if you can prove to me that you and your husband are happier than the Galens, you'll win the contest.
The Galens?
They're the other couple in the finals. I'm on my way to observe their home life now. At 1 o'clock, I shall return to observe you and Mr. Burns.
Well, I'm sure you'll find us the happiest couple in Hollywood. Why, the minute we wake up in the morning, we have a good, hearty laugh.
Well, what do you laugh about?
Oh, I laugh at my husband's long, woolly underwear.
Well, why does he laugh?
Oh, it tickles him, too.
Well, goodbye, Mrs. Burns. I shall see you at 1.
Goodbye, Miss Ettinger. Oh, George! Oh, wait a minute. I'd better not tell George about this. If he knows the woman is watching us, he'll be self-conscious and won't crack a smile. Oh,
Did you call me, dear?
Oh, well, yes, darling. Dear, would you say that we're happily married?
Of course we are. We've been happily married for 11 years.
Oh, 11 years. Pretty good for this town, isn't it?
You bet.
Remember when we'd been married 2 days, they called us the grand old couple of Hollywood?
That's right.
Our marriage has been successful because we realize that married people have to give up certain things. Remember how I asked you to give up betting on the races?
Yep, and I gave it up.
You certainly did. And remember how you asked me to stop buying so many hats?
Yep.
You gave that up, too.
I certainly did.
Yes, you're a wonderful husband, George. I was lucky to get you. In fact, I guess I'm one person who was lucky at cards and lucky in love, too.
Really?
Yes. Whether it was poker or marriage, I got the pot.
Thanks, kid.
Oh, I didn't mean that the way it sounded. I meant that you're a prize, not that you have a pot.
I see.
I love you, darling, and I'd love you just as much if you didn't have one.
Thanks again.
Do you love me as much as I love you?
Of course I do.
Well, I'd like to hear you say, darling, I love you.
Okay. Darling,
I like to hear those things, you know.
All right. Darling,
you can't just take them for granted.
Okay.
I want to hear you say that you love me.
Darling.
Just 4 little words.
Darling.
It means so much to us, then.
Darling.
Yes,
Gracie.
Yes?
Darling, I love you.
Now, you see, that wasn't hard, was it? Say it again.
Darling.
Oh, I like to hear those things, you know.
I'll try it again tomorrow. Yes.
Oh, good morning, folks.
Oh, good morning, Meredith. Meredith, do you realize that George and I have been happily married for 11 years now?
11 years?
Mm-hmm.
Gosh, have you been married that long, Gracie?
Yes, I have, Meredith. 11 years. Half my life.
Gracie, you were not 11 when you married me. If you were under 18, you would have needed your mother's consent. And believe me, that we didn't have.
Did your mother dislike George, Gracie?
Well, I wouldn't say she disliked him. I'd say she sort of despised him.
Feeling was mutual.
You know that place in the wedding ceremony where the man says, if anyone can show cause why these two should not be married, let him speak now?
Yes.
Well, Mama got up and filibustered.
But we've been very, very happy, Meredith. Why don't you get married?
Me?
Oh, I guess I will someday if the right girl ever proposes to me.
It's up to you to do the proposing. Haven't you ever been in love?
Oh, yes, George. I had quite a case on a girl once. She played the harp in my orchestra. Fine musician.
You liked her, huh?
Very much. Her cadenzas were remarkable.
Well, I guess there's nothing like a girl with remarkable cadenzas. Unless one that sings baritone.
Meredith, what happened with you and this girl?
Well, we used to get in my coupe and drive up on Lookout Mountain. And, well, if I may use an overworked expression, we made beautiful music together.
Oh? Well, why did you break up?
It just got to be too much work getting that harp in and out of the coupe.
Meredith, you're a ball of fire. Look, why didn't you drive up on Lookout Mountain without the harp?
That was all she could play.
Oh, Meredith, you really should find a girl and propose. To show you how wonderful married life is, look at George and me. 11 years without a single quarrel.
Well, we had one little quarrel once, didn't amount to anything.
No, I don't believe we've ever quarreled, dear.
Well, I think we have, darling. A little tiny
No,
quarrel.
precious, we haven't.
But I remember it was
George, we have never quarreled.
But I remember you fussing at me.
I have never raised my voice to you, but never. Well, answer me, have I?
Well,
don't you dare talk back to me.
Talk back to you if I want to.
Oh, no, you won't. Now apologize.
All right, I apologize.
And then I was right.
You were right, you were right.
Oh, you see, Meredith, I was right. 11 years without a single
quarrel.
That's remarkable.
Come in.
Hi, Burnses. Well, hello, Meredith. Hi, Bill. Hi. What's
Well,
new?
congratulations are in order, Bill. George and I have stayed happily married in Hollywood for 11 years.
Well, congratulations, Gracie. 11 years. Gracie, let me look at you. You know, it just doesn't seem possible that you've been married that long. And George, let me look at you. Only 11 years, huh?
Never mind, comedian. You're another guy who ought to be thinking seriously of marriage.
Who, me?
Yeah, he's right, Bill. You and Meredith should get married.
You think we'd be happy?
You know what she meant. Get yourselves wives. Marriage is the healthy, happy state of living. It's really hippie.
Yeah.
You have to be happy.
Yeah. Now, suppose Anthony never married Cleopatra.
Mm-hmm.
Suppose Romeo had never married Juliet.
They didn't.
You see? And they're all dead.
Gracie, you're wasting your time. Marriage just doesn't appeal to me.
Oh, but Bill, you're so popular. Well, you could marry dozens of girls.
Really? Dozens? It's beginning to appeal to me.
Take it from me, Bill. You'll find one wife makes plenty to support.
Well, I guess you're right, George. One wife certainly makes plenty to support you.
I'm going in the den and read the paper. See you later, comic.
Okay, straight man.
Oh, Bill, now you've upset him. If he isn't happy by 1 o'clock, we'll lose the contest.
What contest?
Well, George doesn't know it, but we're in the finals of Hollywood's Happy Marriage Contest.
Oh, gee, I'm sorry, Gracie. I didn't know.
Well, I've just got to get him in a gay mood by 1 o'clock. Oh, I know. I'll go in and entertain him. Excuse me, Bill. George?
What?
Want to see a card trick?
No.
Well, watch my hands very carefully. Now you see the ace of spades. Now you don't. Now the ace of spades. Now you don't. Now you see the ace of spades.
Wait a minute.
Now you don't.
Wait a minute. Hold it. I never did see the ace of spades.
Oh, well, I haven't learned how to do it with the cards yet.
This is great. This is great.
Wasn't that an amusing trick? Are you happy?
No, I'm not happy.
Oh. Well, here's a joke I heard on the bus yesterday. A man came home and found his wife sitting in the bathtub with no water in it. So he said, honey, there's no water in the tub. And she said, I know it.
That's the joke you heard on the bus?
Uh-huh.
That's the whole joke?
Yeah, well, George, you're not laughing.
Is that the entire joke?
Well, there must have been more, but I had to get off at 3rd with the
Gracie.
Are you happy?
No, I'm not happy.
Oh, George, you're very difficult. I'll try another card trick. Think of a car.
Oh, no.
Oh, Meredith, George and I will never win the happy marriage contest. Look at the time, 12:30. That woman will be here at 1 o'clock.
Yeah, I know it.
And George still isn't happy. When she sees him, the Galens are bound to get the award.
I sure wish we could think of some way to cheer him up.
Well, think, Meredith, think.
Thinking.
What was George doing the last time you saw him really happy and enjoying himself?
Well, let me see. I guess he was watching that burlesque show he took me to.
No, I'm afraid I couldn't do that. The house is too cold. What else does George like to do?
Well, he loves to discuss politics. He's always...
Politics, of course. A good, intelligent political discussion will make him happy. Excuse me, Meredith. George?
Yes, dear?
How do you feel about Coolidge?
Coolidge.
Do you think he'll be elected president this year?
Don't think he's got a chance.
How about William Jennings Bryan?
Well, he's got as good a chance as Coolidge.
Just hope a Republican doesn't get in again. Time the Democrats had a chance.
Yes, they've really been pushed around.
Mm-hmm. How do you feel about South America?
How do you feel about it?
I say leave it where it is.
Yeah, let's not move it. It's heavy.
Now, take inflation. How about that?
Inflation?
Yeah.
You tell me.
Well, I don't think we should keep it a secret just because we invented it first. We should share it with all the United Nations.
That's the spirit.
Yeah. And now let's take Congress. The meeting, you know.
I know. I got a meeting here.
Some people want a long Congress, and some people want a short Congress.
And you?
Well, a lot of people are against the short Congress, but I say if Mr. LaGuardia wants to run, his size shouldn't keep him out.
Fair enough.
And then take the poll tax. I'm against it.
You are?
Oh, yes.
That's interesting.
We're all Americans. Why should people pay a special tax because they came from Poland?
Good argument.
Yeah. Now, what shall I take next?
A powder right out that door.
This talk about politics hasn't made you happy?
No.
Why not?
I'm worried about Coolidge's chances.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Now, run along and let me brood about it.
Oh, yes, dear.
Oh, poor Cal. Well, did it make him happy, Gracie?
No, and I can't understand it. He hangs on Gabriel Heater's every word, not much more attractive. Oh, excuse me, Meredith.
Good day, Mrs. Burns.
Oh, hello, Mr. Postman.
I detect a note of sadness in your voice, and you're usually gay and carefree like me.
Well, I have a problem. My husband is unhappy, and we're entered in the happy marriage contest.
Oh, is there a happy marriage contest?
Yeah, didn't you and your wife enter? Oh, I forgot. I guess your marriage would never win a prize.
Not unless I entered my wife in the Golden Gloves.
Does she still strike you?
Mrs. Burns, 20 years ago I asked for her hand, and she's been giving it to me ever since.
Well, into each life, some rain must fall.
Yes, but my wife shouldn't happen even in California. I guess you and I are both married to cloudbursts.
Oh, no, George isn't that bad. He's just an occasional drip.
Well, compared to me, your husband should be as happy as a lark.
Say, that's an idea. Maybe if you tell George how miserable you are, he'll see how much reason he has to be happy.
Bring him on. I'll fill his little heart with joy. And then my wife hit me with the electric iron, tied my hands and feet, and flung me down the basement where I lay for 4 days. Oh, goodbye, Mr. Burns. Remember, keep smiling.
Well, George, how do you feel now? Are you happy?
Happy? How can I be happy when that poor little man is so miserable?
But, dear...
He made me feel terrible. I'm going in the den.
Now I've got to start all over again and make him happy.
Yeah, and that woman will be here in 15 minutes.
Yeah, let's see now. I know how Clara Bagley made her husband happy recently, but I wouldn't have time for that.
What did she do?
She had a baby.
No, I guess that's impractical. It would be a lot easier to make George happy if he wasn't the worrying type.
Meredith, I believe you've got it. He'll be much happier if I do all the worrying for both of us.
He sure ought to be.
Well, I'll stop his worries right now. George?
What?
From now on, I don't want you to do any worrying.
Well, fine.
I'll do it for both of us.
Good.
So, don't worry about the postman. Don't worry about your electric razor. Don't worry about...
Wait a minute. What happened to my electric razor?
Oh, it got kind of clogged up when I peeled the carrots with it.
You peeled carrots with my electric razor?
Don't
the
worry
new one
about...
that I just got?
Don't worry. From now on, I'm worrying about everything. The fender on the car, too.
Fender on the car?
Yeah, but I sort of ran into the rear end of Mr. Connor's milk truck.
Oh, no.
Yeah, but don't you worry about it. I'm handling all the worrying. Now, you happy?
No, I'm not happy.
Still brooding about Coolidge,
Yeah,
huh?
about Coolidge. Now, get out of here.
Well, Meredith, we've got 2 minutes to go. What can we do, Meredith?
You know, Gracie, I might be able to make George happy.
Yeah, how?
Well, I'm a musician, and music hath charms.
It hath?
Yeah. I'd say sure. Suppose I take my flute in there and play him a solo.
Oh, wonderful.
Shall I play him something by Chopin or something by Humperdinck?
Oh, Humperdinck, by all means. The man who was willing to live with that name must have been happy.
Chopin sounds awfully pretty on a flute.
Oh, play Humperdinck.
Okay, Gracie. Humperdinck it is. You wait right here.
Well, what do you want?
Ouch!
Meredith, what happened?
I knew I should have played Chopin.
It's too late now. Here comes the woman up the walk. Well, maybe I can bluff this thing through if she doesn't see George. Come in.
Hello, Mrs. Burns.
Hello.
Is this your husband?
Oh, no. My husband, my happy husband is in bed.
In bed?
Yes, he's so happy he laughed himself sick. All we do around here is just laugh. Well, let's have the award, huh?
Can't I have any peace in this house? Stop all this cackling. Now, quiet.
So this is Laughing Boy.
Who's this old bat?
Doesn't he say the funniest things? That's my happy husband.
Yeah, he screams. Well, on behalf of my newspaper, here's the award for being the happiest couple in Hollywood.
Oh, you give it to us?
I've got to.
But I thought you'd give it to the Galens.
I'm not going to chase him to Reno just for that. Goodbye.
Gracie, I'm sorry I lost my temper. I guess we really are the happiest couple in Hollywood.
Well, sure we are. And that's because you're the boss and I do whatever you say.
Oh, I'm not the boss.
Oh, yes, you are, dear.
Oh, no, I'm not.
Yes, you are.
No, really, I'm...
George, I'm running this house, and when I say you're the boss, you're the boss.
I lost my head. Just call me Bossy.
Oh, that's good. Good night.
George Burns and Gracie Allen. With yours truly, Bill Goodwin, and the music of Meredith Wilson and his orchestra. Well, there's lots of excitement in the Burns home today. Their sponsor, Mr. Charles Mortimer, is in town, and George and Gracie have invited him to dinner. At the moment, we find Gracie putting the finishing touches on a plump, aged ham.
Hold still, George, while I fix your tie.
Okay.
There. Now step back and let me look at you. No, you still don't look right. Let's try another one.
Honey, you've tried 10 different ties already.
I know, dear, but something just seems to be lacking. Oh, now I see what it is.
What?
You haven't got your pants on.
Well, that might help, yes.
Oh, not that you don't look handsome without them.
Oh.
You have such aristocratic knees.
Aristocratic, huh?
Yeah, they're so snobbish. They just never come close to one another.
Well, as much as I hate to cover them up, I better put my pants on.
Yes.
Yes.
Now, George, let's get a few things straight about the dinner. We've got to be sure Mr. Mortimer gets plenty to eat. So I've arranged some signals.
Signal?
Yes. For example, when I pass you the potatoes, I may say, George, have some more potatoes, PMK.
PMK.
Plenty more in the kitchen.
Oh, yes, it's PMK. I see.
Or I may say, have some potatoes, DYD.
DYD?
Don't you dare.
Yeah, well, those are some signals.
Mm-hmm.
Say, I just remembered, you better phone the drugstore and have them send over a dozen of those cigars I smoke.
Oh, I'm sorry, George. They won't deliver any order under 50 cents.
Yes, I forgot. Okay, have them send over a whole box.
All right. With the package of gum, it'll just make it.
Now, about after dinner, what do we do to entertain Mr. Mortimer?
Well, now, maybe he'd like to hear a joke.
Oh, yes, he loves jokes.
I was in the market the other day, and the clerk told a wonderful joke to Harry Morton. The clerk said, Harry, stop me if you heard this. A farmer came rushing up to his wife one morning and said, Mirandy, one of our cows is on top of the barn.
Well?
That's where Harry stopped them.
I wouldn't tell that. There's no sense in getting Mortimer hysterical.
Well, then I'll do my imitations of Hollywood celebrities.
Imitations?
Mm-hmm.
You've been holding out on me. I didn't know you did imitations.
Oh, they're perfect. Listen, here's my imitation of Barbara Stanwyck. Oh.
That's Barbara Stanwyck.
She's married to Robert Taylor, you know.
On second thought, tell the joke. I think you'd like that better.
Well, I thought it'd grow on you.
Hello, folks.
Oh, hello, Meredith. Don't forget you're invited to dinner tonight with a sponsor.
Oh, I'll be here, Gracie.
Oh, it'll be nice to spend an evening with Mr. Mortimer. We only spent a few minutes with him once in New York.
Yes, Meredith, you've been with Maxwell House for some time. What sort of a fellow is Mr. Mortimer?
Oh, he's a very intelligent man, George. Extremely well read. Matter of fact, he started me reading.
Really?
Oh, yes, sir. Never read a thing till I met him 5 years ago. Since then, I've had my nose in a book day and night. What's more, when I finish it, I'm going to start another one.
Mr. Mortimer really did a lot for you.
Well, I've helped him, too. You know, of course, that Maxwell House coffee is vacuum packed. Well, Mr. Mortimer gives me credit for that idea.
He does?
You bet. He once said to me, Meredith, the idea of vacuum packing came right from your head.
I can see how that's possible.
Ken?
Well, Meredith, we've been trying to think of ways to entertain Mr. Mortimer. Can you suggest anything?
Well, I know he loves good music. Last time we were in New York together, we went to hear the great zimbalist.
Oh, I wish I'd been along. The zimbal is my favorite instrument.
I'd rather play the hypets.
Oh?
Oh, yes. You know, it's bigger. Boom, 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 boom. Well, so long, Meredith, and don't forget, cocktails at 7 o'clock.
Okay, George, I'll bring some.
Goodbye, Meredith.
Bye.
What a brain.
George, did you hear what he said? Mr. Mortimer loves good music. This is your chance.
Huh?
Well, don't you see? You can sing for him tonight. And when he hears your magnificent voice, maybe he'll let you sing on our radio program.
Gee, he might at that. How about me doing, ain't misbehaving all by myself. Ain't misbehaving. I'm happy on the sofa.
Oh.
No.
Oh, he doesn't love that. He's mad.
Or I could sing, though April showers may come your way. Oh, they bring flowers that bloom in May.
Oh, George, that was exquisite. I wish you never had to eat.
Never had to eat?
Yes, the golden notes that live in your throat shouldn't have to move aside to let meat and potatoes go by.
Oh, they don't mind. Or I could do a number I wrote myself and introduced in vaudeville. The Red Rose Rag.
Well, sing it, sugar throat.
Boom, 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 down. I'll have to start again. I wanted to hear the whole thing.
Yeah, go on.
Boom, 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 down in the garden where the red rose grows behind the old mine.
George, that's wonderful. Oh, that beats me, Daddy. You sang it in vaudeville, huh?
Yeah, back in the days when I did a singing act. I was billed as the Canal Street Canary.
Oh, I don't like that. It's an insult to call you a canary, or a lark, or a nightingale.
Why?
Well, they're such small little birds. You sing like an ostrich.
Yes, that's a larger type bird.
Yes. Come in.
Hi, folks. Say, have you heard the news? Our sponsor, Mr. Mortimer's in town.
We know, Bill. We've invited him to dinner tonight.
Oh, good, George. That's the idea. Make him love us, and we'll never be out of a job.
And after dinner, George is going to sing for him.
Well, I better start looking around.
Well, the comic is loose again.
Oh, Bill, you shouldn't joke about George's voice. Why, it's marvelous and so convincing.
Convincing?
Well, yes. We were in a hotel once, and George sang Don't Fence Me In.
Well?
Well, the people in the next room tried to tear down the walls.
Well, okay, George, if you want to stick your neck out. But be careful of one thing. Mortimer has a little idiosyncrasy about songs.
What do you mean?
Well, he's in the coffee business, and he can't stand songs about other beverages. If you sing tea for two, make it coffee for two.
Oh. Like coffee for two and coffee for three and Maxwell for four.
Yeah, that's right. So, George, don't get mixed up tonight. Remember, it's the coffee barrel polka.
Oh, sure. No beer.
Yeah. And also, from the land of the sky blue Java.
Can't even stand water.
Oh, no. Now, another of his favorites is, Won't You Wait Till the Coffees Come Home?
Cows are out, too?
Oh, well, sure. Look what's in them.
Oh, now that's carrying things too far.
Yeah, you're right, Gracie. He has a one-track mind. I wouldn't be like him for all the coffee in China. See you later.
Gee, Gracie, suppose Bill was right. Suppose Mortimer doesn't go for my singing.
Oh, don't worry, dear. I've got an idea that'll make him go for it.
What are you going to do?
Now, George, don't ask any questions. A husband and wife can't get anywhere unless they agree. Do you remember at any time that I ever got you into trouble?
Yes.
Well, so do I. Now that we agree, don't ask any questions.
But, Gracie,
Just
I want...
practice your songs while I go to the market.
You next, lady?
That's right. You're a new clerk at this market, aren't you?
Yes, ma'am. I started this morning.
Oh, really?
Mm-hmm.
Well, I should think a man as handsome as you would be in the movies instead of behind a counter. Why, do you know for a minute I thought you were Clark Gable? You have the same gorgeous eyes, the same magnificent physique.
I'm sorry, ma'am, but we're out of butter.
Oh. Well, I'll try again tomorrow.
Hello, Gracie.
Well, Blanche Morton, how are you, Blanche?
Oh, Gracie, these food shortages are just driving me crazy. I can't find any bacon anywhere.
Well, I just bought the last pound at this market. You can have it if you'll do me a little favor tonight.
Gracie, just name it. I'll do anything in the world for a pound of bacon. Anything you ask me.
Good. Here's your bacon. And now for the favor.
Yes?
Tonight, George is going to sing to a very important man at exactly 8 o'clock. Now, at 1 minute after, I want you to rush in and say, oh, that magnificent, thrilling voice, that man should be on the radio.
Here's your bacon back.
Suppose I wrap the bacon in a pair of nylons?
Sorry, Gracie.
Well, suppose I wrap the nylons in a girdle.
Pre-war girdle?
Yes.
Well, all right, I'll let myself be taken in. I'll be there, Gracie. Goodbye.
Goodbye, Blanche, and thanks. Oh, now, if I can only find someone else to help me. Someone who's easily talked into things. Somebody who's not too bright.
Good morning, Mrs. Burns.
Well, Mr. Postman, speak of the devil.
Very well. Her name is Bertha, and she's been my wife for 20 years.
Oh, no. Mr. Postman, you took me too literally. I mean, I was surprised to see you here at the market.
Oh, I do all the marketing. Isn't this butter shortage wonderful?
Wonderful?
Yes. Bertha sent me out for a pound of butter and told me not to come home without it. I haven't seen her for 2 weeks.
Well, Mr. Postman, I've been wondering if you would do me a little favor.
Oh, anything, Mrs. Burns.
Oh, fine. Now, here's what I want you to do. My husband is going to sing for a very important man tonight. So at 3 minutes after 8, you rush into my house and say, oh, that beautiful golden voice. That man should be on the radio.
I couldn't say that, Mrs. Burns. Not so close to Washington's birthday.
Well, now, look, Mr. Postman. George gave me a 5-pound box of chocolates for Valentine's Day. Do this for me, and I'll give it to you for your wife.
Oh, chocolates don't agree with Bertha, Mrs. Burns. Last time she ate some, she got terribly sick, and she couldn't even get out of bed for several... Say, you got a deal.
Oh, thank you. Oh, Mr. Postman, I knew I could appeal to your better nature.
Well, I'll be there tonight. Goodbye, Mrs. Burns, and remember, keep smiling.
Well, Gracie, Mr. Mortimer will be here any minute now. Should I sing for him before dinner?
Oh, no, George. No.
Voice, you know?
You've
oh,
got
the birds are sweetly singing.
No,
the
George, listen.
No.
You've got to sing at exactly 8 o'clock.
Well, why exactly 8 o'clock?
Well, now that's a reasonable question, and it deserves a reasonable answer.
Good.
Too bad I can't think of one.
Gracie, if you don't tell me
look, a car just pulled up in front of the house. It must be Mr. Mortimer.
Well, okay, we'll settle this later.
Listen, should we bow to him when he comes in?
Certainly not. We're as good as he is. Just treat him like an equal.
Like an equal, huh?
Well, yes, you know, he'll respect us more if we don't scratch his back.
Oh, yeah. All right, dear.
There he is. You answer it and remember what I told you.
Mm-hmm.
Well, good evening, Gracie.
Hiya, Charlie.
I beg your pardon.
Now, we're as good as you are.
What?
And if it itches, scratch it yourself.
Gracie, please. She's a little mixed up, Mr. Mortimer. I told her that you didn't like people to bow down to you.
Well, that's quite true. I don't.
Well, then get up off your knees, George.
Beg your pardon. Sit right down, Mr. Mortimer. I'll go and fix you some cocktails.
Fine.
Gracie, can I see you a minute?
Yes, dear?
Look, you got off to a bad start, so while I'm fixing the cocktails, put him in a good mood.
Oh, tell him the joke about the cow?
No. And no imitations. He's a big businessman. Talk about things he'd be interested in.
Oh, yes, dear. Oh, Mr. Mortimer.
Yes, Gracie?
How's big business?
Big business?
Yeah, you know, high finance. Do you think it'll go any higher?
Well, I'm not a financier. I'm just a man who happens to be connected with a large corporation.
Oh, I wouldn't say that. You're just a little plump.
I mean, I'm not the sort of person who'd ever be known as the Wolf of Wall Street.
Oh, no. I suppose at your age you stick more to business.
Yes.
Yes. My, Wall Street must be such an exciting place. Men reading the tape as it comes from the dividend and then jumping out windows on their margins.
Yes, it's a very stimulating place.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, here are the cocktails, Mr. Mortimer. Dinner will be served as soon as Bill and Meredith get here.
Good.
Oh, and now a toast to our dear friend and beloved sponsor, Mr. Charles Mortimer, one of the finest, most gracious gentlemen I've ever met, and for whom I have the greatest respect.
Well, thank you, Gracie.
But if it itches, scratch it yourself.
Oh. Well, that certainly was a delicious dinner.
Yeah, it sure was, boy.
Best I ever ate.
Oh, now really, you shouldn't praise the cooking that way. You'll turn George's head.
Yes, I'm easily flattered.
By the way, dear, what time is it?
1:08.
Oh, Mr. Mortimer, I understand that you're very fond of good music.
Oh, very much so, Gracie.
Well, in just about a minute, you'll hear some.
Yeah, this music will knock you for a loop. Here, have one of my cigars.
That's in case the music misses.
He's clowning all the time, yes.
Oh, get to the piano, Meredith. I'm sure we'd all like to hear a few choruses of Ain't Misbehavin', sung by the man who sings it best in the entire world. Wouldn't we, everybody?
Well, if Mr. Mortimer has no objection.
Objection? Why, I'll be delighted to sing it for you.
You?
Ain't misbehavin' all by myself. Ain't misbehavin'.
Oh, that magnificent, thrilling voice. That man should be on the radio. Ooh!
Well, by George, did you hear that? She loved my singing.
Gracie, I'd like to talk to you.
Oh, no. Not now, George. Everyone would like to hear April Showers, wouldn't we, boys?
Oh, yeah, let's hear April
let's
Showers.
hear that one.
Yes, sir, that's my favorite song.
Well, very well. I'll be...
Though April showers may come your way, they bring the flowers.
Oh, that glorious, enchanting voice. That voice should be on the radio. Good night, everybody.
Why, this is amazing. People coming in off the street to tell a man how much they like his singing. Think of it.
Well, believe me, I never will again.
Gracie, can I talk to you in here for a minute?
Well, yes, dear.
So this is why I couldn't sing till 8 o'clock.
Well, George, how did I know Mr. Mortimer would bore everyone to death with his singing? I thought you'd do it.
Well, you won't be able to cut into my next number. Nobody ever sang Red Rose Rag except me. And that was in vaudeville 15 years ago.
Oh, that's right. I'll suggest it.
Good.
Well, how about some more singing, folks?
Oh, yes. Let's have some more singing.
Does anybody happen to know Red Rose Rag?
Red Rose Rag?
Yes.
Oh, yes. I believe I do.
You do?
How does it go again?
Boom, 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 down in the
Mr.
garden
Mortimer.
where the
Mr.
red
Mortimer.
rose grows.
Charlie.
Down in the
Charlie. Look, Chuck. How do you know that song?
Why, I heard it in vaudeville 15 years ago. It was sung by some gravel-voiced freak who called himself the Canal Street Canary.
I see.
Hey, wait a minute. You were in vaudeville, George. Who was that no-talent small-timer's name?
Sam Newman.
Well, for his sake, I hope he quit singing and hooked up with something and made a living for him.
Oh, he did. Bill, I wouldn't get too funny. Sam Newman might be your boss someday.
Lost my head, Sam.
Well, let's have some more singing, eh? What about that beautiful number that was such a hit at our New York sales conference?
Oh, I remember that, Mr. Mortimer. What do you say if we make it a duet?
Oh, a good idea, George. How about joining me, Bill?
Bill?
Yeah, I'd be glad to, Mr. Mortimer. You bet.
Maxwell House, we're simply wild about you.
Gentlemen. Don't you think that would sound better as a trio?
Well, say it might at that, George.
Well, of course.
Come on in with us, Meredith.
Okay. Yeah, Meredith.
Maxwell House,
Gentlemen.
we're simply wild.
Gentlemen. How about making it a quartet?
All right. Join us, Gracie.
Gracie.
Maxwell House, we're simply wild about you. Maxwell House, no home should be without you. Your flavor is enthralling. It's preferred by wife and spouse. And the customers keep calling for you. Maxwell Maxwell House.
Now look, in the second chorus, I
Quiet,
can throw
George.
in a few licks, huh?
Splendid.
Mr. Mortimer, you just sang 4 numbers. Now, if it's not asking too much.
Another one? Gladly.
Yes, that's what I meant.
How about Asleep in the Deep?
It should happen to you.
Many brave hearts lie asleep in the...
Oh, someone's at the back door. Excuse me, please.
Of course, Gracie. Many brave hearts lie asleep.
Yes?
Mrs. Burns, I don't like to be a complaining neighbor, but I just can't sleep with all that singing going on.
Oh, well, I know a wonderful way to stop it, Mr. Fairchild. Wonderful for both of us.
How's that?
Well, all you have to do is go around to the front door, open it, and say that that's the worst singing you ever heard.
It'll be a pleasure.
Why, Mr. Mortimer, you stopped singing.
Oh, no, I finally convinced him that it was my turn. I'm going to sing now.
Oh, no, please, George, please, don't sing.
Don't be silly. This is the chance I've been waiting for. Okay, Meredith.
No, George, please.
Let's take it.
Please, don't, George.
I ain't got nobody, baby.
Oh, George.
There's nobody cares for me. Oh, I'm so sad and lonely. Oh, baby, won't somebody take a chance with me? But what to do?
Hey, you.
Oh, I've been.
Hey.
Oh, I've been.
Hey, you.
Oh, I've been.
Hey.
Oh, I've been.
Hey, you.
Oh, I've been.
Hey. Stop already! That's the worst thing that I ever heard. Shut up!
What was that?
You know, it's too bad, George. I kind of liked your voice. But if people come in off the street to shut you up...
Coming off the street. Gracie.
She had to go to bed with a headache. I'll see you in the morning.
George Burns and Gracie Allen. With yours truly, Bill Goodwin, and the music of Meredith Wilson and his orchestra. Well, it's afternoon as we look in at the Burns home, and we find Mr. and Mrs. Burns trying to decide how to spend the evening.
Would you like to go out this evening, George?
I don't mind, if you would.
Oh, I'd just as soon, if you would.
It's all right with me, if you'd like to.
Sure. Unless you'd rather stay home. Would you?
I don't mind. You would.
I just as soon. Unless you'd rather go out.
I don't mind going out. If you'd like to.
Oh, I'd like to go out. If you really want to.
Okay, I'll go shave. Unless you'd rather stay home.
Oh, no. Unless you would.
Oh, not me, no. You want to go out.
All right. Would you like to see a movie?
I don't mind. You would.
I would.
Okay, I'll go shave.
Swell.
Good.
Unless you'd rather stay home.
Oh, no. Unless you would.
Oh, no. I'll go get dressed. If you're sure you'd like to go out.
I don't mind. You would.
George.
Yeah?
The heckler.
Yeah, the heckler. Let's just stay home.
Sure.
Okay.
Swell.
Good.
Unless you'd rather go out.
I don't mind. If you would.
I'll just as soon. If you would.
Well, it's all right with me. I'll go shave.
And I'll go get dressed.
Good.
Fine. Unless you'd rather
Oh,
stay
listen,
home.
we've had... Would you like to go out or would you like to stay home? Make a definite statement.
All right.
All right, what? What is it?
Either way suits me.
Okay, I'll make the decision. We'll stay home.
No, we won't. We'll go out.
Gracie.
There's the telephone. Are you expecting a call?
No. Are you?
No. Would you like to answer it?
I don't mind. Unless you would.
I just as soon. Unless you would.
Okay, I'll answer it. Unless you want to.
No, I don't mind, unless you'd rather.
Oh, Gracie, stop being silly. Answer the phone.
Don't order me around. You answer it.
Since when do you tell me what to do? You answer it.
I won't touch it.
Neither will I.
Meanwhile, on the other end of that ringing telephone, we find the Burns' friends, Blanche and Harry Morton.
Oh, nuts. They still don't answer.
Who are you trying to call, Harry?
George Burns. I got a job for him. I want him to go up to Seattle and help pick my apples.
Oh. Harry, are you still trying to get apple pickers?
Well, you're darn right I am. I've got one of the finest orchards in the state of Washington, and I'm not going to let those apples rot.
But, Harry, you can't make an apple picker out of an actor.
I know. That's why I'm taking George Burns. And he won't have to be up in Washington more than a couple of weeks.
But the Burnses have a radio show every Thursday night.
Why does the show need George?
Well, why, George is the one who does all the... Well, he tells the... Well, don't stand there. Call him back.
They won't be home yet. I got a better idea. Here comes the postman. I'll just write a note and have him deliver it to the Burns house.
Okay, Harry.
You want to see who's at the door, Gracie?
Sure. Unless you want
Well, let's not start that again.
All right, I'll go.
Good afternoon, Mrs. Burns.
Oh, hello, Mr. Postman. How are you today?
Oh, Mrs. Burns, I feel gloriously alive today. I'm invigorated, stimulated, activated. I'm jumping with joy.
My goodness, you must tell my husband what kind of vitamins you use.
Oh, it isn't vitamins that makes me so happy. I gave my wife a black eye.
Well, at last the worm turned.
No, she was facing me.
Well, tell me what happened?
Well, finally I could stand no more. The fighting blood rushed to my head.
Good.
One clap from birth and it rushed out again. But now I was really mad. Every ounce of my virile manhood cried for revenge. The beast in me said, fight, fight, fight.
Oh, and that's when you gave her the black eye?
Yes.
Oh, well, tell me just how it happened.
Well, she tried to kick me and her shoe flew off and hit her in the eye.
Oh, Mr. Postman, I thought you hit her.
Me? You think I want to get killed? Well, here's your mail, Mrs. Burns. Goodbye. And remember, keep smiling.
What came in the mail, Gracie?
Oh, the usual stuff. Bills and a letter from... Oh, wait a minute. Well, here's a funny one. A letter addressed to you, but there's no stamp on it.
Wonder what that could be.
Well, it must be an official government letter. They're the only ones that don't need stamps.
Well, let's read it. Dear George, I need your help to handle a big job in Washington. Hope I can count on you, Harry. Washington? Harry?
Darling, how wonderful. Oh, I'm so proud of you.
What do you mean?
Well, don't you see Harry Truman needs your help in Washington?
The president wants me to help him?
Well, why not? You're one of the great minds of this country.
Oh, go on. Am I really?
Well, one of the greatest, George. It's always been a miracle to me how such high thoughts could come out of such a low forehead.
Well, true, I've got a lot of brains.
Oh, you bet you have. If you weren't a brilliant man, the Maxwell House people wouldn't have you on the air advertising their coffee.
Say, come to think of it, the president has been calling on advertising men to help him. Chester Bowles came from an advertising agency. So did William Benton.
Well, certainly. And look who he took from Batten, Barton, Durston, and Osborne.
Who?
Well, out of that crowd, he must have gotten somebody.
But I still can't imagine the president calling on me to help. There are a lot of men in radio smarter than I am.
You name a couple.
Well, there aren't that many.
And look at the uncanny grasp you have of international affairs. Well, I'll never forget what you said last summer just after my mother had gone back home.
What did I say?
Well, you said, now we'll have peace. And the very next day, Japan surrendered.
Yeah, I had a hunch. But, gee, it's still hard to believe that President Truman wants me to help him run the country.
Well, come in.
Hello, Burnses.
Hiya, Bill.
Oh, Bill, you're the first to hear the news.
What news, Gracie?
Well, guess who wants George to help the Democrats run the country?
The Republicans?
Laugh a minute, this boy. Willie the Wit, they call him.
Well, Bill, this is no joke. The president has sent for George to come to Washington.
What?
It's true. He probably listened to George on the radio and figured the government should have him in Washington.
Well, don't let him take you without extradition papers, George.
Now, Bill.
We'll fight this every inch of the way.
Hey, Bill.
Since when is it a federal offense to smell up the air?
Bill, it so happens the president wants me to help him run this country.
Oh, come, George. Things can't be that bad.
So you don't believe I'm going to Washington to help the president, huh?
Ah, sure I believe it, George. The minute I heard you sing last week, I said to myself, there's the man who should be Secretary of the Interior.
Huh?
Well, I said to myself, if one of the Ickies has to leave, let's put another one in his place.
Goodbye, comic.
So long, brain truster.
You see, Bill didn't believe it. Maybe there's some mistake about this thing, Gracie.
Oh, mistake nothing. Why, the president couldn't possibly find anyone better qualified. I'll get it. Hello?
Hello, this is Harry. I've been trying to reach you all day.
You have?
Yeah, did George get my note?
Oh, yes. Yes, he did, Your Highness.
What?
He got the note, Your Excellency.
Look, what's the idea of calling me all that stuff?
Well, what should I call you?
Well, just call me Harry. I'm democratic.
Well, naturally, or you wouldn't be where you are.
Now, look, you don't have to soft soap me just because I'm offering George a job. It happens to be the sort of thing a guy with his brains can handle. Will he take it?
Well, of course he will. And you'll find that he's the hardest worker in the whole United States.
Oh, yeah? Well, I'm from Missouri.
So I've heard, Your Lordship.
Oh, stop it. Stop it, please. Tell George I'll get in touch with him later and let him know when to leave for Washington. Goodbye.
Goodbye, Your Reverence.
Gosh, Gracie, was that the
president himself.
Holy smoke.
And you know he's just as friendly and pleasant as one of our own neighbors.
And he really wants me in Washington?
He insists on it. Oh, George, isn't it thrilling? You'll be in the nation's capital, budgeting the fiscals, appropriating the tariffs, filling the busters. Oh.
It's like a dream.
Isn't it?
Me, one of Truman's advisors.
Hiya, folks.
Oh, Meredith, have we got news for you? President Truman has sent for George to come to Washington and help him with his problems.
Golly, George. Congratulations.
Thanks, Meredith.
But, gee, I sure am going to miss you.
Yeah, well, maybe you can go to Washington with us, Meredith. Maybe George can find something for you to do. George, isn't there some little government job you could give Meredith? Something like Secretary of State?
Oh, sure. I'll make him Secretary of State.
Oh, good. Meredith, what state would you like to be Secretary of?
Well, I think I'll take Iowa. That's my home state, George.
I know.
You know, born, raised right there in Mason City, Iowa.
Yes.
That's where the corn grows 6 feet tall.
So I see, Meredith. Now, look, you two, there'll be no appointments. My only job is to help the president.
Well, Mr. Truman's got a big problem, all right.
Well, every president has a problem.
Yeah, but his is tremendous. He's fingering his bass wrong when he plays the piano.
Meredith, don't you think it's possible that the president might have a couple of other problems?
No, I don't think so. His metalwork and right hand are fine.
Yes. She plays the piano much better than Hoover did.
Yeah. Say, you know who'd make a good president? Carmen Cavallero. He has a flawless left hand.
Look, Meredith, you better run along now. I have a lot to do before I leave for Washington.
Yeah, that's true. He has, Meredith. George will have to buy a lot of new things. The person can't appear at the White House in his old clothes.
That's right. I'll buy some new suits, new hats, new shoes, a new coat. What else?
Oh, that's plenty for me. Get a couple of neckties for yourself, dear. Well, George, we're practically on our way to Washington. One trunk is packed. Now let's start on the other one.
Okay. Way down in Missouri where I heard this melody.
Oh, that's beautiful, darling. Harry will love it.
Yeah, that's his favorite song.
Yeah, I hope he can play Ain't Misbehaving. That's your best number.
Well, I can teach it to him. I wonder if we'll have trouble finding a place to stay in Washington.
But the president will insist on us staying at the White House, naturally.
He will?
Well, suppose he needs you in the middle of the night to solve some knotty problem. He just knocks on your door and he says, George, how do you feel about merging the OPA and the NLRB so that the CIO and the AFL can deal directly with the AMGOT and the UNRRA?
What do I say?
Either okay or PU.
Oh, sure. Hand me my underwear. I'll pack that.
Here you are. Oh, George, I hope they give us the blue room. You look so patriotic every morning.
Patriotic?
Running through the blue room of the White House in your red underwear.
Yeah, 3 cheers for the red, white, and blue.
Oh, you go right on packing, dear. I'll see who's at the front door.
Mrs. Burns?
Yes?
It's all over town that your husband is going to see the president. I'm from the Associated Press.
Oh, you're a newspaper reporter.
Yes, I'd like to ask Mr. Burns his views on questions of the day.
Oh, well, he's very busy now, but I can tell you anything you want to know.
All right. I'll make some notes on this. Now, first, how does your husband feel about labor?
Labor? Well, on the whole, he'd rather not.
You don't understand. I mean, does he approve of strikes?
Well, some strikes he does and some strikes he doesn't. You can quote him as saying that of all the strikes he's heard about, the sit-down strike is the most comfortable.
I can quote him on that?
Yes.
Good. Now, how does he feel about Senator Pepper's bill? How does he feel about Senator Pepper's bill?
Senator or no senator, if he owes a bill, he ought to pay it.
I can quote that, too.
Oh, definitely. My husband has no prejudice. He's going to Washington with an open mind.
I'll say it's open. I can feel the draft. Now, how about your husband's foreign policy?
Oh, it's gorgeous.
What does he think about Russia?
He thinks Russia is very large.
And England?
Much smaller.
What a scoop that'll make. How does he feel about the Far East?
The Far East?
Yes.
Well, now, he thinks New York is a nice place to visit, but no place to live.
I meant a little farther east. How about a statement from your husband on the Chinese question?
Oh, well, now, you have to wait for that until he learns the language. He feels that a Chinese question deserves a Chinese answer.
He's so right, too. Tell me, what are his views on the Indonesian situation?
Oh, now that's the question I've been waiting for. What was it again?
The Indonesian situation, Java. Isn't he worried about Java?
Oh, goodness, no. We get all we want from the Maxwell House people.
Mrs. Burns, I was talking about an island in the Dutch East Indies.
Oh, well, why didn't you say so? Now I see what you're driving at.
Good. Now, what's your husband's attitude towards Sumatra?
He likes them, but he prefers Crosby.
That did it. The interview is over. This will be in all the morning papers.
Wonderful. Any other questions about my husband?
Yes, just 3. When did he get out? Who let him out? When does he go back in?
When did he get out? Wouldn't he be surprised if he knew that George never went to college at all?
Who's at the door?
Just a newspaper man. Now let's get to bed, George. We may have to leave for Washington very early in the morning.
Okay. Where's my nightshirt?
Oh, I'm afraid, dear, you'll have to wear one of my gowns. I sent all your nightshirts out to be dyed black.
Dyed black?
Well, yes, to wear in case you're made a member of the Supreme Court.
Let's go to bed.
Yes, Your Honor.
Yeah. Come in.
Oh, good morning, Bill.
Well, good morning, Gracie. Say, George, let me be the first to apologize. When you said you were going to Washington, I thought you were talking through your hat, but it's in all the morning papers.
Really?
Yeah, get a load of this headline. George Burns to Washington to help run country.
Wow.
Millions of Americans flee to Mexico.
Oh, it says that way, huh?
Well, George, I was just kidding about that one, but gosh, this is big stuff. It says you may stay in the White House.
It does?
Yeah. It says brilliant wit of radio may stay in White House while her husband advises Truman.
I say.
Gee, you two will really be in a social swim there in Washington. Parties at all the foreign legations.
Oh, yes. I can just see us now at the Russian embassy, eating caviar and sipping Molotov cocktails.
Gracie, a Molotov cocktail is an explosive.
Really? Oh, well, don't you drink more than one.
Yeah, I'll watch myself.
Yeah. And, of course, there'll be big dinner parties at the British embassy. My goodness, I don't know how to act around royalty.
Well, Gracie, I just happened to read a very interesting book about English royalty.
Oh?
It's called Forever Amber.
Did you get any information from it?
Well, nothing you could use at a dinner party.
Don't forget, we'll have to do some entertaining ourselves, Gracie.
Oh, yeah, that's right. How do you talk to diplomats and senators and people like that?
Oh, it's easy, Gracie. For example, a senator must always be called Right Honorable.
Even if he isn't?
Oh, sure. Now, let's say an important senator drops in, the head of one of those congressional blocks. Well, what do you say?
Well, I'd say, sit down, Right Honorable Blockhead.
No, Gracie. I see you're going to need some advice.
Oh, Bill, we don't need all that fancy talk.
Yes, you do, George. Suppose a man like Lord Beaverbrook comes to this country for a conference and he drops in. What would you say to him? You say, Your Lordship, I trust your stay in this country has been frightfully jolly. And then Lord Beaverbrook will say to you, Mr. Burns, you ain't just beating your chops. So long.
You ain't just beating your chops.
Where do you suppose Lord Beaverbrook picked that up?
At the Palladium. Goes there every Saturday night with Churchill.
Oh.
Well, now call a taxi. Our train for Washington leaves in a half hour. Oh, nuts. Come in.
George, you old son of a gun. I just read the morning paper. So you're going away and leave your old friend Harry Morton in the lurch, huh?
What do you mean, Harry?
Well, I thought you were coming up to Washington to help me pick my apples.
Me? Pick apples? You're talking to Truman's right-hand man.
But Gracie said on the phone you'd do it. She said you got my note signed Harry. She seemed very pleased.
You sent a note signed Harry?
Telling you I had a job for you in Washington.
Gracie.
I don't feel well. I think I'll go lie down.
Come back here.
But now, George, keep calm. Remember your sore foot.
I haven't got a sore foot.
Well, you will have if you do what you're thinking of doing.
Oh, the hair-brained ridiculous. Harry, let me see that morning paper.
Sure. Here, George.
Oh, no.
Who gave out this interview?
I did. You were busy packing.
How do I feel about Sumatra? I like Crosby better. The sit-down strike is the most comfortable. Gracie, you made me the laughing stock of this country.
Well, I'm sorry, dear.
I'll never be able to hold up my head again.
I didn't
Hello?
mean to do it.
Yes,
How
this is the
can I
Burns
face
resident.
my friend?
I know.
Who?
George,
How can I look
just
anybody
Oh,
in
just
the
a moment.
I didn't.
This
George.
is absolute.
George.
This is...
George.
What do you want?
The White House is on the telephone.
Oh, no.
The president must have seen the paper.
I'm too young to be deported.
George, answer it.
No, sir. You got me into this. You talk to him.
Me?
Answer it.
Oh, yes, dear. Hello. Hello, Your Majesty. I mean your democratship. Oh, you read it. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yeah, I'll tell him. Goodbye, Your Presidency.
Don't tell me. Don't tell me what he said.
Well, I think I better. He wants you to come to Washington.
He does?
Yes, he said compared to some of the things he's heard, your ideas make a lot of sense.
George Burns and Gracie Allen. With yours truly, Bill Goodwin, and the music of Meredith Wilson and his orchestra. Well, last week, George Burns received a note signed Harry, offering him a big job in Washington. He thought it was President Truman asking him to come to the Capitol and help run the government. But it turned out to be his neighbor, Harry Morton, asking him to come to Washington State and pick apples. 140 million Americans breathed a sigh of relief. But George was mighty unhappy. In fact, Gracie is still trying to cheer him up.
Oh, George, you haven't touched your breakfast.
I'm not hungry.
Oh, but darling, this has been going on for a week now.
I can't help it.
Oh, George, you can't stop eating just because you didn't get to run the government. If everyone did that, there'd be an awful lot of skinny Republicans.
Well, I can't eat and I can't sleep. Everyone is laughing at
Oh,
me.
now look, for years you told jokes in vaudeville. Why should the sound of people laughing bother you? Oh, I see. It startled you, huh?
It frightens me.
Oh, now, dear, get a grip on yourself. You're cut out for bigger things than apple picking, and the whole world knows it.
Well,
Oh, come in.
Telegram for George Burns. Sign here.
All right. There you are. Thank you.
I'll open the telegram. Who's it from?
Oh, listen to this. A man with your ability should not waste his time picking apples. The OPA needs you.
Wow. The OPA.
The Orange Pickers Association.
Fine. You see, Gracie? To the whole world, I'm just an apple picker. I don't dare show my face on the street. Small boys throw cause at me. And you know what my friends are calling me? Wine sap Burns.
Wine sap? Well, you never touch the stuff.
I'm a teetotaler.
Oh, you mustn't let one little setback discourage you. Look at other great men. Julius Caesar was stabbed 100 times. Louis XIV had his head chopped off. But did that stop them?
It certainly did.
Well, just because they were quitters, you don't have to be one.
Look, let's face it, I'm a failure. I'll bet our sponsor is disappointed that I didn't get to Washington.
Yeah, you know, I had a little plan that might have pleased the sponsor.
What was that?
Well, nothing much. I was just going to change the name of the White House to the Maxwell House.
It's sort of a small change.
Yeah.
We'll
Oh, but cheer up. Things are not...
A little minute.
Come in.
I'm sorry, ma'am. There were 2 telegrams for Mr. Burns. Here's the other one.
Oh, thank you. Now, who could this be from? Oh, George, listen. If those Democrats in Washington don't appreciate you, we do. You're just the man we're looking for. Signed, the GOP.
The Republicans, huh?
No, the grape and olive pickers.
Oh, nuts.
No, just grape and olives.
The nut pickers will be next. I tell you, this thing has ruined my whole life. I can't pick my head up.
Well, good
People
morning,
holler, wine
everybody.
sap,
Oh,
Brian,
good
wine
morning,
sap.
Meredith.
Good morning. Gee, what a beautiful morning. Birds are singing, sun is shining, the flowers are blooming. What's the good word, George?
Shut up.
Gosh, you don't have to bite my head off.
Why not? What good is it?
I'm afraid someone is not in a good mood this morning.
Neither's George. He's very grumpy.
Well, he's been terribly upset ever since this big job in Washington fell through.
I can't see why it fell through. I think George is perfect for the job. I think he ought to go right to Washington.
Do you really, Meredith?
Yes, sir. Those apples need picking.
Meredith, how would you like to go soak your head?
I don't believe I'd care to, George. There's too much flu around.
Oh, get out of here.
Oh, please don't be offended, Meredith. George is not himself. He's on the verge of a nervous collapse.
Well, don't worry. It won't last forever. I knew a fellow in Mason City just like George. He was terribly low and depressed. Talked all the time about hanging himself.
Really?
Yep. Finally did it, too.
Meredith.
Oh, now cheer up, George. As the Arab said the night he bumped into the sand pile, it's always darkest before the dune.
You see, George, a dune is a pile of sand.
I know. Now get out of here, both of you.
Oh, Meredith, he's gone to pieces. He just can't get over losing that presidential job. He hardly sleeps a wink.
Well, that's terrible.
Oh, yes, last night he didn't fall asleep until 4 o'clock. And then he must have dreamed that he'd settled the steel strike and reopen the mills.
How could you tell?
Well, for an hour he made a noise like a blast furnace. Then at 5 o'clock he whistled.
Poor George. Something has got to be done.
Oh, yes. If you were married, George, would you call a doctor?
No, I think I'd consult a lawyer.
No, I meant... Oh, well, let it go. I'm going to call a doctor.
Mrs. Burns?
Oh, yes. Come in, Doctor. My husband is in the next room.
What seems to be the trouble?
Oh, he's been in terrible shape for the past week. His weight has dropped way down.
How far?
It's dropped clear down below his belt. And his nerves are completely shattered. He never takes a drink, but he's so nervous that he sees bats just like Ray Milland in Lost Weekend.
When did that happen?
Yesterday, he was staring at the wall and muttering, "Look at that old bat."
And there was nothing on the wall?
Nothing but a picture of my mother.
Mm-hmm. Well, better have a look at him.
Oh, well, right in here, Doctor. George, this is the doctor. He's going to examine you.
I don't need a doctor. I'm not sick.
Better let me be the judge of that, Mr. Burns. Now take a deep breath.
I don't want to.
Now, please, George, do as the doctor asks. He only wants you to take a deep breath. You can let it out again as soon as he's gone.
There's nothing wrong with my breathing.
Well, there might be. Let's find out.
Oh, okay.
Inhale. Now exhale.
See?
See what?
Well, it came out a different place than it went in.
Hope it isn't too late for penicillin.
Now open your
Hope
shirt.
Hope it isn't too late for penicillin.
You'll just open your shirt, Mr. Burns, so I can examine your chest.
I don't want to.
George, the doctor wants to see your chest. Now open your shirt and I'll point it out to him.
I'm not sick, I tell you.
Please, dear, for my sake.
All right. There. Now, go ahead, examine my chest.
Now, there it is, Doctor. See? Right where his neck joins his stomach. No. Up a little and to the left. Yeah, that's it.
Oh, I see. Well, what there is of it seems sound enough.
What'd I tell you? Now, go away and leave me alone.
I think I'd better have a look at your tongue first, Mr.
Never
Burns.
mind my tongue.
George, the doctor wants to see your tongue. Now, stick it out.
Okay.
Now, turn it over so we can see the other side.
Oh, that won't be necessary. Just stick it out a little further, Mr. Burns. Further, please. Further. A little further. Mm-hmm. A little white toward the back there.
That's my sock sticking out. Now, that's enough of this silly examination. Get out of here, both of you.
Oh, we better go, Doctor. He has a fearful temper.
Very well. Try eating more fresh fruit, Mr. Burns. You know the old saying, an apple a day
Out.
Gracious. He's in quite a state.
Is it serious, Doctor?
Mrs. Burns, your husband is dangerously close to a nervous breakdown.
Oh, dear.
He needs a rest. He must stop whatever he's been doing and just sit around for a while.
Oh, that'll be terribly hard.
Why?
Because that's what he's been doing.
Well, then he needs a complete change of scene. He must get away from everyone he knows. Now, I know a little dude ranch near Reno, Nevada that would be ideal.
Oh, really?
Yes, it's on a little lake in the hills above Reno. Plenty of sunshine, a little fishing, a little golf. When your husband comes home, you won't know him from Johnny Weissmuller.
Oh, now, Doctor, let's not blow our top, shall we? Well, thank you ever so much. I'll go right down to the station and buy him a ticket for Reno. Oh, George.
Oh, he went out just a few minutes ago, Gracie.
Oh, I have a wonderful surprise for him. He's going to a dude ranch up in Nevada to recuperate, and I have his ticket to Reno right here.
Oh, that ranch life will be great for him.
Oh, yes, he'll be a real Westerner. I can see him now, rustling posses, branding cowboys, taking the little doggies out for their walk every night.
Yeah, and they say horseback riding is very helpful.
Oh, yeah, I hope so. George has never ridden before, but nature intended him to be a great rider.
It did?
Oh, yeah. His legs look like he was born with a horse between them.
Well, maybe we better go find George and tell him the big news.
All right. I'll leave this ticket to Reno here right on the table. Come on.
Why don't you go home, Bill? You've bawled me out all the way from the cigar store, and I'm sick of it.
No, George, I'm not leaving till I hear you tell Gracie that you're sorry for being such a grouch.
Okay, come on in. Gracie! Oh, Gracie! Not here.
Probably left you, and I don't blame her.
Oh, don't be silly. Gracie wouldn't leave me. I've given her the best years of my life.
Holy smoke, were those your best?
Such a comical fella.
Listen, I'm not trying to be funny. I'm just warning you that if you want to stay married to Gracie, you better stop going around with such a long face.
Yeah, huh?
Yeah. A face like yours should be as short as possible.
Why should I listen to you? You're a bachelor. What do you bachelors know about women?
George, maybe I've never bought anything, but I've looked at a lot of samples.
Okay, what's your recipe for keeping women happy?
Well, don't do anything to depress them. Always try to give them a lift.
And you do that?
Oh, sure. Not a day passes that I don't drive along Vine Street and say, hey, babe.
How about a lift?
How about a lift?
Comedian, don't worry. I'll never lose Gracie. When she gets back, you'll find... Hey, what's this on the table?
It's an envelope. Maybe she left you a note.
You see? Won't even leave the house without letting me know where she's gone. And you thought you were sore at me, huh? Oh. Oh, no.
What is it, George?
Bill, you're right. I've lost her. Gracie's leaving me.
Huh?
Look, it's a ticket to Reno.
Reno, huh? Oh, murder.
I can't believe it. We've been together so many years. In vaudeville. On the radio. And now she's leaving me. Tell me, Bill, what should I do?
Better raid the icebox. It may be your last meal for a long time.
I saw a cream in the icebox. Bill, you've got to help me. I can't let Gracie go to Reno.
You're not kidding.
Well, why is she leaving me, Bill? You think it's because she's younger than I am?
Oh, no. After all, who isn't?
What is it?
Well, I tell you, George, you've been too grouchy. Women have got to have romance. Now, how long since you brought Gracie a box of candy?
Oh, maybe 2 years.
How long since you brought her flowers?
About the same.
How long since you kissed her?
I kissed her this morning.
I knew it. You better go back to candy and flowers.
Okay, I'll go right out and get some.
And listen, don't stop at candy and flowers. Get her dresses, get her jewelry, lingerie, perfume. Buy her a mink coat.
I'll do it. I don't care what it costs.
Good.
I'll spend anything to get her back. Who cares about money at a time like this?
Atta boy.
Bill, you know where I can get the stuff wholesale?
Well, I tell you, Meredith, something must have happened to George. We've looked every place.
Oh, now, don't worry, Gracie.
But the doctor said his mind could go any minute. Maybe he threw himself under a train. Maybe he jumped off a bridge. Maybe he shot himself. Or stabbed himself.
Oh, he probably went down to the corner to buy a couple of those cigars he smoked.
Oh, that's even worse. It's slower. Oh, Meredith, I just know George is wandering around somewhere completely out of his mind.
Hello, sweetheart.
Oh, George, where have you been?
Out buying presents for you. See, I got you some candy, flowers, perfume.
Oh, I knew it. Nutty as a fruitcake.
Huh?
Boy, I'm getting out of here. Sometimes they're dangerous.
What's the matter with him?
Nothing, dear. Nothing at all. Now, just sit down and rest.
Oh, I don't want to rest. I want to make love to you. Burning, passionate love. Oh,
poor George. His mind is completely gone.
I love you. You're beautiful, do you hear? You're the most beautiful woman in the whole world.
Well, that's strange. Now he's perfectly sane.
Wait to see the other presents I got for you. A bracelet, nylons.
Oh, there he goes again.
What?
Wait here, darling. I'll be right back.
Dr. Elzer speaking.
Oh, this is Mrs. Burns. Well, it happened, Doctor. My husband has gone mad. Stark, raving mad.
How do you know?
Well, he tried to make love to me. Me, his own wife.
Oh, that is bad. I'll come over just as soon as I can. Meantime, be very careful not to cross him. Agree with everything he says.
Don't cross him, huh?
Absolutely not. He might become violent. No matter what he says, you agree with him.
You're all right. I'll agree with everything he says. Thank you, Doctor.
Gracie, I'd like to talk to you.
Yes, you would, George. You certainly would. You're so right. That's just what you'd like to do.
I've been a good husband.
Good. You're the best. The finest. Why, you're the most wonderful husband who ever lived. The perfect mate.
Well, I'm not perfect.
I'll say you're not. You're a beast, a low contempt. Cruel and miserly.
Well, gee, I've tried to be generous.
Ah, you're the kindest, sweetest, biggest-hearted man who ever lived.
Of course, now and then I try to save a little.
You squeezed a nickel till the buffalo looked like a mouse.
I guess I'm pretty bad, all right.
You're a dog.
I'm not that bad.
You're a prince.
Well, what am I, a dog or a prince?
Both. Here, Prince.
Gosh, I must have done something awful to get you in this frame of mind.
Oh, you've starved me. You've beaten me. You've tortured me.
That's not true.
What a liar I am.
I've done my very best. But at times you haven't made it easy.
I've starved you. I've beaten you. I've tortured you.
That's not true either.
There we go, lying again.
You're talking like this in order to hide the real reason you're leaving me. I know. There's another man in your life.
Yeah, that's it. Another man.
A handsome man.
The handsomest man in Hollywood.
Big and tall. With gable shoulders.
And Gable's back. And Gracie's got him.
You're going away with him.
That's right.
You're expecting him now.
I wonder what's keeping him.
There he is. That's your lover now.
That's my lover now.
Okay. We'll settle this. I'll kill him.
You'll murder him.
Or he'll kill me.
Ah, you haven't got a chance.
We'll see. You stay right here.
I won't budge.
Oh. Handsomest man in Hollywood, huh? I'll fix this lady-killing wolf.
Good afternoon, Mr. Burns.
Postman, it's you. I expected to see a single man, tall, handsome, irresistible.
Oh, no, I'm a married one.
But you're certainly not a wolf.
Certainly not. I give that impression because of my long, pointed nose. But that comes from 20 years of being led around by it.
I thought you were my rival. You see, my wife is leaving for Reno.
No.
Yeah. I've done everything. I bought her flowers, candy, jewelry.
I've been through this Reno business myself, Mr. Burns. I bought my wife everything. I got down on my knees and pleaded with her.
Did it work?
No, she still wouldn't go.
But I don't want Gracie to go. In fact, I want...
Hi, George. Say, did everything work out all right?
No, Bill.
Hello, Mr. Goodwin.
Hello, Mr. Postman.
Bill, I gave Gracie the presents, but I'm still in trouble. She says she's running away with the handsomest man in Hollywood.
Oh, George, you know I wouldn't do a thing like that.
It's not you, Bill. It's some fellow who looks just like Gable.
Oh, no wonder she thought it was me.
Look, Mr. Postman, Bill and I have got a big problem to work out. Maybe you better run alone.
Very well. I just want to thank Mr. Goodwin.
Well, not now, Mr. Postman.
No.
Please, George is in trouble.
Trouble, yes.
Yeah, but I just...
Later, Mr. Postman.
Go.
George's home is breaking up, you see. Nothing can be more important than that. Well, now look, George, if we act quickly, I think we can stop Gracie.
I'll buy a gun and shoot myself.
What'd you say, George?
I'm going to shoot myself.
Oh.
Bill, for Pete's sake, Gracie is leaving me and you two stand there.
Well, there's no sense in both of us starving, George.
Get out, both of you. I'll get Meredith to help me.
Goodbye, Mr. Burns.
Goodbye, George.
Remember, keep smiling.
Meredith, do you mean to say that ticket for Reno was for me and not for Gracie?
Sure. Gosh, George, Gracie would never leave you.
Holy smoke. And I went out and spent my money on presents.
Well, that's what made us think you were crazy.
I noticed she kept agreeing with everything Hey, if she still thinks I'm crazy, I can make her agree to send those things back. Thanks for the information, Meredith.
Oh, glad to help.
You know, sometimes it's wonderful to have a moron around the house.
Yeah, Gracie seems quite fond of you.
I'll see you later. Gracie.
Yes, George, what? Anything at all. What?
Well,
What?
Well, I've been
Yes,
thinking
what? Tell me, what?
Well,
What?
keep quiet. You know the presents I brought you?
Oh, yes, darling. The most wonderful flowers, candy, perfume, bracelets, and nylons in the world.
Well, I don't like them. And I want them sent back immediately.
They're the worst flowers, candy, perfume, bracelets, nylons I ever saw, ate, smelled, looked at, and have on, so they can't be returned.
I order you return everything immediately.
Yes, dear, immediately. Anything you say.
And I think I'll go see a burlesque show.
Oh, yeah, see to. Have fun. Get right up on the runway with the girls.
Now kiss me goodbye, dear.
Yeah, of course, dear. A big kiss.
Goodbye.
Oh, excuse me. I just wanted to see if your scheme worked, George. You know, pretending to be crazy so Gracie would send all the presents back.
Oh, yes, it worked fine. What? He's only pretending to be crazy?
Wallington, get out of here and leave Napoleon alone.
Oh, never mind, dear. Never mind, Wallington. So, you were playing a little game, huh?
Well, yes. But you're going to take those things back anyway, aren't you? Okay, keep them. Now you won't have to buy anything for a whole year. Well, anyway, a couple of months. A week? How are you fixed for today?
I'm going shopping.
Join us again next week when we'll all be back. George Burns, Gracie Allen, Meredith Wilson and his orchestra, and yours truly, Bill Goodwin.
Until next Thursday, then, good night and good luck from the makers of Maxwell House, America's #1 brand of coffee, always good to the last drop.
Good night.
George Burns and Gracie Allen. With yours truly, Bill Goodwin, and the music of Meredith Wilson and his orchestra. It's afternoon as we look in at the Burns house, and George and Gracie have just returned from giving a benefit performance at the Home for Down and Out Actors.
Oh, George, you've been awfully quiet ever since we got home.
Well, that visit to the old actors' home kind of worried me. Seeing all those fellows who used to be such successful actors, and there they are, down and out. Could happen to me, you know.
Oh, George, it could never happen to a person with your talent. I may wind up in the old actors' home, but never you.
Oh, don't be silly. You've got the talent in this family, not me.
Oh, that's ridiculous. You're far more talented than I am.
I am not. You're the talented one.
Oh, no, dear. You've got 10 times the talent I have.
Well...
Oh, yeah, you take that back.
Well, talent doesn't matter. An actor's life is never secure. Unless he's got a little business on the side. That's what I had in mind for us.
Say, that's a wonderful idea. Lots of movie stars have businesses. Now, Bonita Granville has a beauty shop.
That's right.
And Fred McMurray has an apartment house. And Errol Flynn has a law office. And Bing Crosby...
Errol Flynn has a law office?
Well, he must have. I've heard several lawyers say that Errol paid their rent.
I see. Well, what sort of a business could we start, Gracie?
Oh, how about a bank?
A bank?
Oh, they're very nice. Money all over the place. Every day at 3 o'clock, I could run the vacuum around, take the bag, and then go shopping.
Gracie, a bank just doesn't spend the depositors' money. Take our account, for instance. You know how much our balance is, and so does the bank.
Well, we don't exactly agree to the penny. Now, according to my figures, we have $27,000 in our checking account.
And how much does the bank say we've got?
$2.14.
When you straighten it out.
Yeah.
Yes. Well, we'll have to draw out some of our savings before we invest in any business.
George, I know just the business for us to go into.
What?
A hat shop. Just think, I could have a new hat free every day.
Free?
Uh-huh.
Gracie, hats don't grow on bushes.
Apparently, you haven't seen the new spring models.
Forget the hat shop.
How about a dress shop?
Same objection. You know what might be a good thought?
What?
A baby shop.
Oh, wonderful. Babies are always in demand.
Gracie, we'd sell baby clothes, not babies. In a men's shop, you don't sell men. You sell men's clothes.
Well, they'd be a lot smarter if they sold men. More money in it. Now, if you could buy men for what they're worth and sell them for what they think they're worth...
Forget it. Now, let's concentrate on what business we're going to invest in. Cigar store would be nice. Or a place where you can buy pickles. I like pickles.
Well, hi, Burnses.
Hello, Bill.
Hello, Bill.
Hey, Gracie, where were you this afternoon? I came by.
Oh, I made a trip out to the old actors' home, Bill.
Why? You going to exchange, George?
Look, Jack Kirkwood. Gracie and I went to the old actors' home to play a benefit.
Yes, and it made us stop and think how uncertain the future is.
That's right. Fella can't be in show business forever.
No, but you darn near made it, George.
2 lines and 2 screens.
Oh, Bill, be serious. George and I are trying to decide on a little business to buy. And it'd pay you to get interested in some business, too, and stop chasing girls for a while.
Oh, I suppose you think chasing girls is my only interest.
Isn't it?
Well, no. It's much more interesting after I catch him.
Run along, funny man. We're busy.
Okay. I know you and Gracie will make a success of whatever business you go into. All it takes is money and brains.
Well, thanks, Bill.
And maybe you can contribute something, too, George.
Goodbye, comedian.
Goodbye, Tycoon.
Goodbye.
Well, we still haven't decided what business we're going into.
How about a hardware store? Or a pickle store where they sell pickles?
Oh, George. There's one of those in every corner. Let's get into something where there's not so much competition.
For example?
Let's open a post office.
A post office? Gracie,
I know what you're going to say. The hours are too long.
Yeah, that's it.
But it's not an overcrowded field. Not many people are running post offices. Even Henry Kaiser hasn't gone into that business yet.
Well, it won't be long.
Well,
Look.
we'll run the other post offices ragged. If they sell a stamp for 3 cents, we'll sell it for 2. And we'll put chocolate glue on the back.
Chocolate glue.
Yeah, oh, that gives me a wonderful idea for a slogan. You can't beat our money orders, but you can lick our stamps. Good?
Somebody will steal that from you. Gracie, I've got a TL for you. The government doesn't like for anyone to make money with the postal department.
Oh, well, this happens to be a free country. You ought to sit down sometime and read the Constitution.
If we fool with the mail, I'll have plenty of time. Now forget it. We'll get ourselves a little store like a drugstore.
Good afternoon, all.
Oh, hello, Meredith.
Oh, hello, all. Say, maybe you can help us make a decision, Meredith.
I'd only be too happy to assist in any way I can, George.
Swell. Now, here's what
Nothing gives me greater pleasure than helping someone.
Good. Now,
You must never hesitate to call on me because I love to help.
Fine. You see,
no matter what time of the day or night it is. Just call me.
I will, Meredith. Now, here's what
I'm like a doctor. A doctor of trouble. Think of me as a DT.
I'm beginning to. Now, we'd like
I love to help people.
Meredith, keep quiet until I tell you how you can help.
Oh, okay, George.
Now, we've decided...
That's a beautiful philosophy you have.
Well, thank you, Gracie.
I give up.
You know, it's hard for George to express himself, so I'll tell you what we want your advice about. We think actors' lives are more or less uncertain, so we want to invest in something for future security.
Yeah, we're trying to decide what sort of a business to go into.
Well, if I were you, George, I'd buy a farm.
A farm?
Yes, sir. A farm has lots of advantages, George, especially if you're ever going to have children. I was raised on a farm, and look how I grew up.
Okay, now let's hear some of the advantages.
Well, all right. Take happiness. Every evening, I'd go to the pasture and milk the cow.
And that made you happy?
You bet. There wasn't a happier kid than me anywhere as I trudged back to the house with a song on my lips and my hair full of milk.
Your hair full of milk?
Yes, you see, it was a tall cow, and I used a low stool.
Well, if we buy a farm and have a cow, we'll hire you as the extra hand.
Oh, George, we wouldn't need an extra hand. You have 2 hands, and I have 2 hands, and the cow only has 4 faucets.
Well, you're fired, Meredith. Forget it. So you really think I ought to buy a farm, huh, Meredith?
Well, I sure do, George. I only wish you were back in my home state of Iowa where we really have farms. My uncle has a place just outside of Mesa City. Raises wonderful corn.
I'd like to visit his farm.
You'd enjoy it. My uncle has ears as big as shoe boxes.
Really?
Yep, the funniest looking fellow you ever saw.
Well, that's fine. You know, Gracie, the idea of a farm kind of interests me.
Well, farmers keep pretty early hours, George. You get a couple of hours less sleep every morning than you do now.
Really? What time do farmers get up?
Oh, it's very early. Maybe even 9 o'clock.
Holy smoke. What's there to do at that hour?
Oh, wake the chickens up and give them their eggs.
I guess you gotta get up early.
By George, there's a coincidence. You mentioning chickens. In the afternoon paper, there's a chicken ranch advertised for sale that might be just what you're looking for.
Oh, George, I'd love to have a chicken ranch.
Might be pretty expensive. You have to buy the ranch, have to buy the chickens.
Just buy the ranch. I can get you all the chickens you want for 40 cents.
40 cents?
That's the price of a dozen eggs. The dozen eggs turn into a dozen chickens, and then the
Hold
dozen
it, hold
chickens...
it. Just a minute. Eggs have to be hatched.
Well, you sit around the house all day.
You mean...
Sure, sit on the eggs. Use your brain.
Glad to help.
Oh, I'll answer the door. You get the car out so we can go look at that chicken ranch.
Good afternoon, Mrs. Burns. Here's your mail.
Oh, thanks, Mr. Postman. You're a little late today.
Yes, I know. As I was coming through the park, I couldn't resist a pixie impulse.
Oh, what did you do?
I wanted to feel the grass under my feet, so I took off my shoes and socks and stood there for an hour.
A whole hour?
It takes quite a while for a postman's feet to feel anything.
Oh, I suppose they do get sort of numb.
Yes.
If you're so crazy about nature, you'll have to visit us when we buy our chicken ranch.
A chicken ranch?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, that brings back memories of my youth. I grew up on a farm.
Oh, really?
Yes. It was working on the farm that made me the clear-eyed, deep-chested, lean-hipped picture of superb health that I am today.
I guess farm life does develop muscle.
Oh, yes. I grew to such muscular manhood that my father wouldn't allow me in the barnyard.
Oh, why not, Mr. Postman?
The sight of my body gave our bull an inferiority complex.
Oh, dear. You must have been happy on the farm.
Oh, yes. I love the land, the good earth. All day long I labored in it, dug in it, planted in it, plowed in it. And when evening came, I fell flat on my face in it. Well, goodbye, Mrs. Burns. Remember, keep smiling.
Yes, it's George Burns and Gracie Allen. Last week, in an effort to make the Burns' future more secure, Gracie bought a chicken ranch. It worked out about as you'd expect, and George considered himself lucky when he sold the ranch at a loss of $1,000. He's telling Gracie about it now.
So that's what your week in the chicken business cost me. $1,000.
Oh, George, you're just like every other husband, unreasonable. The minute you watch there's something horrible, you complain.
Yes, I'm a beast.
And besides, it wasn't my fault we lost money on the chickens. The customers were too fussy. Every time they bought a chicken, they wanted it clean.
Well?
Well, you try cleaning a chicken sometime. I use soil off, energy, and
Gracie. When you clean a chicken, you remove its feathers.
Oh, and that's ridiculous. How'd I ever get them back on again?
With Scotch tape and forget the whole thing.
Now, don't worry. I'll go into some other business and get your $1,000 back and more besides.
Oh, no, you won't. You're not going to make the name of Burns a laughingstock.
All right, I'll just use my first name. That's what all big business people do anyway. Look at Frank. No one knows his last name, but he's the biggest man in the furniture business.
Oh, Frank Curtis.
Sure.
Oh, yes, Frank Curtis. I don't want you to go into any more business.
You don't, huh?
I don't, no. And that's an order.
Yes, sir.
And I want it obeyed.
Yes, sir.
I'm your husband, and what I say goes.
Yes, sir.
Now, is that perfectly clear? Are there any doubts in your mind?
Well, just one, dear.
What is it?
What business shall I go into?
Oh, no.
Well, good morning, folks.
Oh, hello, Meredith.
I dropped over to get a little advice, Gracie. You're the one I always turn to because I admire your intelligence.
Oh, yeah, you see, George, Meredith thinks I've got lots of brains.
Well, I can understand that. Guy Kippy probably thinks Edgar Bergen has lots of hair.
I don't get it.
Well, work on it. I'm going down to the corner cigar store. If anyone calls, I'll be right back.
He says the strangest things. Oh, what's the advice you want, Meredith?
Well, as you know, Gracie, I'm a bachelor whose life has been devoted to music. I live alone, just me and my flute.
Yeah, I know.
But in the spring, I sometimes feel that I would welcome the presence of of a woman.
Meredith.
A reckless attitude, I realize. But there's something about the spring that makes my flute seem not quite enough.
I never thought I'd hear you say such a thing.
I've resisted these impulses because once back in Mason City, my actions toward a young lady caused quite a bit of talk. In fact, I left town under sort of a cloud.
My goodness, what did you do?
Well, at a taffy pull, I pulled her taffy longer than any other girl.
Meredith Wilson.
And now that spring is here again, I'd like to meet a nice girl. You think it'd be all right for me to advertise in the paper for one?
Oh, you're only fooling.
No, I'm not.
You don't advertise for things like that.
Well, other people do. I noticed several such ads in the personal column of this paper.
Really? Let me see. My goodness, you're right. Listen to this one. Refined lady would like to correspond with educated gentlemen. If you don't know how to write, phone Dreamland Dance Hall. And ask for toots. Meredith, are ads like these always in the papers?
Yep, hundreds of them every day.
Oh, this gives me a terrific idea for a business to go into.
It does?
Sure. I'll find mates for all these lonely people. I'll open a matrimonial bureau.
A matrimonial bureau?
Yes.
Gee, double willikers. Oh, I beg your pardon. Forgot I was talking to a lady.
Now, I'll need about $25 to put an ad in the paper. Have you got $25, Meredith?
I work for your husband, Gracie.
That's right.
You'll have to get the money from George.
Oh, no. He told me never to go into business again. However, if I flatter him enough, he might give me the money and no questions asked.
Really?
Well, sure. Sure. That's it. I'll flatter the little rascal. And then... Oh, here he comes. Quick, out the back way. I've got work to do.
Okay, Gracie, and lots of luck.
Oh, George, the census taker was here while you were gone, and, you know, for the life of me, I couldn't remember your age.
My age?
Yeah, tell me again. Is it 30 or 31?
30 or 31? Stop being ridiculous. I'm down there 36.
You know, dear, that's hard to believe. How could a man get as handsome as you are in only 36 years?
Well, I never was.
George, sometimes I ask myself, I say, Gracie, do you love George just because he's as handsome as he is? And then I say, no, I'd love him just as much if he only looked like Robert Taylor.
Would you really?
Yes. It's the 1,001 thrills I got just being near you that make my life such a dream of ecstasy.
Oh, Gracie.
Oh, really? The strange and tender things that remind me of you. The sight of your tousled hair in the morning, your delicate hand waving goodbye, your strong white feet at eventide.
Oh, all right.
The kindness that shines from your eyes. The warm, generous smile that lights your face when I ask you for $25.
George Burns and Gracie Allen. Two weeks ago, Gracie lost $1,000 of George's money on a chicken ranch. However, last week she started a matrimonial bureau and did much better. She only lost $400. We find her now on the telephone talking to her friend Blanche Morton.
Oh, gee, Blanche, I'd love to go shopping, but George may be in a bad mood. Uh-oh. I hear him stirring around in the bedroom now. Hold the phone. In just a minute, I'll know whether I can meet you at Magnan's or whether I'm still in the doghouse. Good morning, George, darling.
What's good about it?
Bow wow, Blanche.
Who are you talking to?
Blanche Morton. She wanted me to go shopping with her.
Your shopping days are over until you pay back the $1,400 you lost.
Oh, but, George, it's spring. I've just got to have a new outfit. There's a darling one at Magnan's for only $75.
Nothing doing.
Well, all right. But I need a little money for the gas bill. Can I have that?
Sure. How much is it?
$76.
The outfit at Magnan's only cost $75. What's the extra dollar for?
Well, I was going to take a taxi.
Forget it. No new outfit this spring.
Oh, George Burns, if you don't buy me a new spring outfit, I'll go out with no clothes on at all.
You mean that?
Absolutely. Not a stitch will I wear. Now do I get some money?
Well, sure. Here's a quarter.
Quarter? What can that buy?
Nose drops. You're going to catch cold.
You're just a beast. That's what you are.
Yes. A beast that's got $1,400 coming to him. And you're going to pay it all back.
How?
I'm cutting off your allowance for a solid year.
But how will I pay back the other $1,300?
You'll have to save it on household expenses. Cut down on your gas bill, your electric bill, and go easy on the phone. Do you have to telephone your mother way up in San Francisco?
Well, that's the only way she can hear me.
My grandmother and grandfather didn't even have gas or electricity or a phone. And they got along fine. They had stamina and courage and vision.
But, George...
No buts. You should have my grandmother's economy. She had 10 children, and she was so poor she had to put them all in one big bed. But she made ends meet.
Well, with 10 in one bed, I don't see how she could help it.
Never mind. Just take a lesson from my parents and just cut down on expenses. I'll be home at 6. See that dinner is on the table. Goodbye.
So he wants to live like grandmother and grandfather, does he? Well, maybe I can accommodate him.
Well, Gracie, I hope you've got... Hey, it's dark in here. The lights are out. Gracie, where are you?
Over here, Grandpa.
Grandpa?
I have the electricity shut off, dear. Your grandmother and grandfather did without lights. They had economy, courage, and vision.
Gracie.
You said I should have your grandmother's economy.
But I can't see.
You should have had your grandfather's vision.
Well, light a candle or something so we can see to eat.
Yes, dear. Dinner's on the table. There.
Gee, those veal chops look red in the candlelight.
Well, they always look that way when they're raw.
Raw? Well, put some fire under it and cook it.
Oh, I had the gas shut off.
Gracie, when
Grandmother didn't need gas. When she wanted a fire, she just rubbed a couple of children together.
This is ridiculous. We'll eat at the Brown Derby. I'll go shave.
No shave.
You mean
the water's cut off? Mm-hmm.
Now, Gracie, this is the finish.
George, remember your grandfather's courage.
Nuts to that. I'm hungry.
George, your grandfather's stamina.
I want to eat. But how can I walk into the Brown Derby without a shave?
George.
What?
Your grandfather's mustache.
Now, look here, Gracie. If
I was passing by and I saw a candle burning in here. Why no lights?
We're economizing, Bill.
Why, George Burns, you miserable little miser.
Now, look here, Bill.
I've heard of guys being tight, but compared to you, Sidney Greenstreet in the hammock is loose.
I've had enough of this madhouse. I'm going down to the drugstore and get a sandwich.
Well, wait a minute, George. The kitchen is that way.
The kitchen?
Well, yeah. Aren't you going to take your own peanut butter?
Goodbye, comedian.
So long, heavy spender.
I turned the lights off, Bill. I'm trying to save money so I can pay George back his $1,400.
Oh, you'll never get that much money, Gracie.
Oh, I could if our house was on a corner lot.
What good would that do?
I drilled for oil. Haven't you noticed, Bill, that gasoline always comes up on the corner lots where the filling stations are?
Yeah, and here you are stuck in the middle of the block.
Yeah. Bill, suggest something. How can I raise $1,400 quickly?
Well, how about the races?
The races?
Well, sure. They're running tomorrow at Bay Meadows. Maybe you could win.
Oh, Bill, I could never win. My legs are too short.
Gracie, they're horse races.
Oh, well, that's even worse. I'd never have a chance against horses.
We better forget the races.
Say, maybe some magazine will buy George's old love letters. The ones that make me agree to marry him. Could you suggest a magazine?
Well, yeah, but Fantastic Mysteries doesn't pay very much.
Say, I'll get a prominent speaker and send him out on a lecture tour where millions of people are dying to see him, and then we'll split the profits.
Mm-hmm. Well, what prominent speaker and where would you send him?
Mr. Churchill to Russia. Forget it, huh?
Yeah, Yes, I would, Grace.
Good evening, everyone. Say, it's kind of dark in here.
Oh, I turned the lights off, Meredith. Just a moment. I'll switch them on.
Well, if I were you, I'd leave him off. This dim light makes George look positively handsome.
Oh, that's Bill Goodwin.
Oh. Hello, Bill.
Hello, Meredith.
Say, I'm glad you're here, Bill. You were wrong about that date you got me last night.
Wrong?
Yeah. You told me if I played my cards right, she'd kiss me.
Well?
Well, I won 40 straight games of pinochle, and she never even once became a fiction.
Well, that I can understand. Well, that's the last date I'll ever get you, Meredith.
Oh, but, Bill, it's spring. All nature seems to speak of love and life.
Yes?
Soon the birds will be mating, the flowers budding, and the sap will be running through the trees.
Well, don't bump your head, kid. Goodbye, Gracie. I'll see you later, Casanova.
Gee, Gracie, do you think I'll ever be a ladies' man like Bill?
Oh, you don't want that kind of life, Meredith.
I don't?
No. Someday you'll meet a pretty girl and get married. And then before you know it, the house will be full of little musicians.
Well, it sure will. Those fellas just can't stay away from a pretty girl. Golly, what a problem I've got.
Yes, I know how you feel, Meredith. You know, I have a terrible problem, too. I have to raise $1,400 or my life won't be worth living.
$1,400? Mm-hmm. Gee, how are you going to do it?
I don't know. Let's see, now, how do other people get money? Mildred Pierce made pies. No, that's no good. I made one pie right after I got married. George ate the pan and washed the crust.
Say, Gracie, I come into a considerable sum of money as soon as my uncle dies.
Oh, how old is he?
Well, he's only 13. My father's youngest brother.
Let's see now. $1,400. If I only had a pound of butter I could sell.
Well, I'm afraid I'm not much help to you, Gracie. You see, my only experience in raising money's been with musicians and vocalists. Whenever they need money, they give a concert. Say, George likes to sing. Maybe he could give a concert.
Eureka!
I do? Well, it was just a suggestion.
Oh, well, it's a wonderful suggestion. Oh, Meredith, we'll make a fortune. I'll rent the Legion Stadium or the Shrine Auditorium or someplace.
Well, do you think George could sing in the bowl?
Well, why not? He often sings in the tub. Oh, Meredith, I can't wait to tell George about this. George, I thought you'd never get home. I have wonderful news for you. We're going to make a fortune.
Gracie, if you've cooked up another of your harebrained schemes, so help me, I'll have you locked up. I can't stand any more crazy ideas.
Oh, well, now, wait till you hear it, George. We're going to rent Convention Hall.
Rent Convention Hall?
And give a concert.
Give a concert?
And you're going to sing.
Oh, gee, for a minute I was afraid it was going to be a crazy idea.
I knew you'd like it.
Ain't misbehaving all by myself. Ain't misbehaving. I'm happy on the shelf.
Oh, it's time you gave a concert, Sugar Throat.
No one to talk to, saving my love. Oh, baby, love you.
George,
Really saving
you know, it's selfish to let people hear you. It's just selfish to let people hear you and not see you. A George Burns who sings only on the radio is like a rose with a wall around it.
Really?
Yes. They can't see you. They can only smell you.
Though April showers may come my way.
Oh, sing it to me, Daddy.
They bring the flowers that bloom in May.
Oh, pour it on me, Papa.
So if it's raining, have no regrets, because it is raining rain, you know. It's raining violets.
Oh, sweeter than Perry Como and hotter than Carmen Lombardo.
I guess I really got it, huh?
Oh, yes. And tonight at the concert, you're going to spread it around.
Yeah.
Why, we'll make not only your $1,400, but $14,000 besides. And you can do this every night. We'll be millionaires.
Concert every night?
Mm-hmm.
I don't think my voice could stand the punishment.
Oh, sure it can. Why, I've heard hundreds of people say that no punishment is too great for a voice like yours.
Well, maybe. Well, let's wait and see how tonight's concert goes over.
All right. Meredith is over at Convention Hall now selling the tickets. I'll go over and see if he needs any more printed.
Okay.
George, speed me on my way with a song. Jet propel me with a blast from those atomic tonsils.
And when it's raining, have no regrets.
Ah, you murder. When you sing, the uranium just squirts from your throat.
Because it isn't uranium rain, you know. It's uranium violet.
Oh.
When she cries.
Look at that line. Look at those mobs of people. Oh, Meredith, can I see you a minute?
Why, sure, Gracie.
How are you doing?
Gracie, when you sent me over here this morning, I didn't think I'd sell many tickets to George's concert.
Oh, you didn't, huh?
No, and I was right. I haven't sold a one.
Not a ticket? But look at that long line of people.
Oh, they're buying tickets to see the masked monster wrestle here tomorrow night. The tickets are going like wildfire at $5 apiece.
Well, that's ridiculous. Why should people pay $5 to hear him grunt and groan when they can hear George for $2?
Well, I can't understand it either, Gracie. But whenever the monster appears, every seat is sold within an hour.
Oh, he really draws the people in, huh? Meredith, you've given me an idea. Tonight, George Burns will not only sing, he will wrestle the masked monster at the same time.
Will George agree to wrestle?
Oh, well, I won't tell him. He doesn't have to know every little detail.
But gosh, Gracie, George will start to sing and the monster will grab him.
Meredith, once George starts to sing, nothing can stop him.
But suppose the monster throws him and pounds his head on the floor. Won't that stop him?
No, not as long as he keeps in time with the music. I'll go talk to this masked monster. How do? I'm looking for the masked monster.
That's me, lady.
Oh, really? Well, they shouldn't call you that. You're not a bit like a monster.
I ain't?
No, you're just a big, ugly, fat man.
Oh, gee, thanks, lady.
And you're not even wearing a mask.
Oh, I take it off when I ain't working. It sort of relaxes me.
Oh, yeah, I know what you mean. I always take my shoes off when I go to the movies. Of course, it's not exactly the same because you don't walk on your face.
No.
Although it looks like somebody has.
Oh, that was the Bulgarian bone bender. Him and me wrestled together all the time.
The Bulgarian bone bender.
Yeah.
Well, would you like to make some extra money by wrestling my husband tonight?
Well, who's your husband?
The Hollywood hair puller.
Well, I never heard of him, lady.
Well, wrestling is just a sideline with him.
An amateur, huh? Oh, I better not.
Why not?
Amateurs don't understand the wrestling business. He might hurt me.
Oh, but you're much bigger than he is. Well, your shoulders are bigger, and your chest is bigger, and your stomach is... Well, on the whole, you're bigger.
Oh, size don't matter, lady. Even a little guy might hurt me. I ain't a very healthy monster, you know.
Really?
Yeah. You have to tell your husband to be careful with me. No toe holds. I got corns. No leg locks. I got rheumatism. And no scissors hold around my stomach.
Ulcers?
Gastric acidity. And no strangleholds. I got laryngitis. And headlocks are out, too. I got sinus trouble.
You're in a terrible shape.
Yeah. You tell your husband the only safe thing to use on me is a half Nelson hold.
Oh, you poor man. On top of everything else, you've only got half a Nelson.
Yeah.
Well, would you wrestle my husband tonight if I promised He wouldn't hurt you?
Well, would he lay down and let me win?
Oh, sure.
Then I'll do it. I'm always willing to make an honest dollar.
Oh, by the way, my husband will probably wear a tuxedo tonight. You won't mind, will you?
Oh, not at all. Matter of fact, we can make that a feature of the fight. I'll tear off his coat, rip open his shirt, and pull the hair on his chest.
Oh, no, I wouldn't do that. The crowd might get too impatient waiting for you to find it.
Well, okay.
Well, I guess everything is arranged. Shall we shake hands to seal a bargain?
Okay.
Oh! Well, what happened? Did I hurt you?
Nah, just force a habit, lady.
Well, we'll see you tonight. Goodbye, Mr. Monster.
Gee, Gracie, as we came into the dressing room, did you get a look at that crowd? Every seat in Convention Hall is filled.
Yes, Judge, your concert is a complete sellout.
Just think, all those people are here to see me in the flesh.
And before the evening's over, they will.
Say, I noticed there's a ring set up out there instead of a stage.
I arranged that.
Well, why?
Well, on a stage, people could only see your face.
Yes.
And you have personality on all four sides.
Well, thanks. I hope they like me tonight.
Oh, they're bound to. After all, you're the greatest singer who ever lived.
Oh, now, Gracie, please don't say I'm the greatest singer who ever lived.
Name two greater.
Well, there's Caruso.
That's one.
There's, Can I include women?
Certainly.
There's, You know something, Gracie?
What?
I'm not even sure Caruso was greater.
Hi, lady. Is this your husband?
Oh, yes, this is my husband.
I'm pleased to meet you. Put her there.
Did I hurt you? I guess I don't know my own strength.
Well, give him a good show tonight. See you in the ring. Hair puller.
Hair puller? Gracie, why did he call me that?
Well, he has you confused with a famous German opera singer, Hair Puller.
That fellow seems to know you. Who is he?
I'm glad you asked that question, George.
Well, who is he?
Who's who?
The fellow who stuck his head in here. Who is he?
I'm glad you asked that question, George.
You said that before.
Well, I'm gladder now because I've thought of an answer.
Well?
He's your bodyguard.
Bodyguard?
Well, sure, you know how the girls mob Frank Sinatra. Well, naturally, they'll be after you, too, so I hired that man to protect you.
But Sinatra doesn't have a bodyguard.
He would if he had one to guard.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. We are speaking to you direct from the ringside of Convention Hall, where we are about to broadcast a crunch-by-crunch account of the wrestling match between the masked monster, who never lets his face be seen, and George Burns, who's careless that way. While we're waiting for them to come out of their dressing rooms, I'm going to turn the microphone over to Bill Goodwin, who is somewhere in the audience interviewing the spectators. Come in, Bill Goodwin.
I have a lady in the balcony, Doctor.
What does the lady say?
She says no, so let's get on with the broadcast. Well, while we're waiting for the men to enter the ring, I have a special thrill for you wrestling fans. Here at the microphone with me is the Bulgarian Bone Bender, the world's wrestling champion of Arkansas and Eastern Idaho. I'm going to ask him to say a few words, and here he is.
Vorashnik.
And you're so right.
Vorashnik.
Thank you, Bulgarian Bone Bender. Goodbye.
Vorashnik.
And now, now, wait a minute. I think the monster is climbing into the ring. Yes, there is the masked monster. 327 pounds of muscle. And now here comes George Burns. 122 pounds of, well, whatever it is that holds him together. Let's listen to the ovation the crowd gives him.
Hooray!
Well, folks, in just a moment now, the fight will... Wait a minute. Here's a strange development. They're wheeling a small piano up beside the ring. I can't imagine what it's for unless it's to wheel Burns out on. Well, we'll switch you now to our microphone directly over the ring so that you can hear the contestants.
Now, look, Burns. I don't care if you butt me, kick me, scratch me, bite me, or rub rosin in my eyes. But no dirty stuff.
What are you talking about?
Come on. Let's get started.
Get your hands off me. Okay, Meredith. Give me the key. Ain't misbehaving all by myself.
Foul!
I told you, no dirty stuff.
Get away from it. Ain't misbehaving all by myself. Ain't misbehaving all... Ain't misbehaving... Ain't misbehaving...
Now, look here, fat boy. I've taken all I'm going to take from you. Come here.
Oh, George, I'm so proud of you. You threw him right out of the ring.
Well, he was interrupting my singing. Fine bodyguard you picked out.
Oh, look, now I can tell you. He wasn't a bodyguard at all. He's the heavyweight wrestling champion of the world.
The chair? The chair? The chair?
Uh-huh, the champion.
Yeah, the chair. And I threw him out of the ring?
Yes, darling. Oh, I'm married to the strongest man in the world.
Gee.
Can I feel your muscles?
Sure. Go ahead. Oh, not so hard.
George Burns and Gracie Allen. As we look in at the Burns home today, we find George and Gracie in a typical husband and wife pose. The husband completely absorbed in reading the newspaper, while his wife tries futilely to start a conversation.
George,
Huh?
what would you like for dinner tonight?
Uh-huh.
Steak, chops, chicken, lamb?
Uh-huh.
Oh, George, put down that paper. You're not listening to me.
Uh-huh.
The house is on fire.
Huh?
I'm running away with the fire chief.
Huh?
We poisoned you so you'll drop dead.
Uh-huh.
George, I'm buying a new hat tomorrow.
Oh, no, you're not.
I thought that would do it.
Honey, stop talking and let me read the paper.
Well, George, I get lonesome. Why don't you read it aloud so I can discuss world problems with you?
You? Discuss world problems?
Well, you don't have to sound so surprised. I just happen to be one of the greatest newspaper columnists in America, that's all.
Oh, yes, that column you write.
Yes, and it might interest you to know that the Boston Sun considers my column the most brilliant thing ever written.
The Boston Sun?
Yeah.
I don't believe it.
Well, ask him yourself.
Him?
Bill Boston's 8-year-old son.
Oh. My Boston's brother. Yeah.
Oh, come on, George. Try me out in some world affairs. I want to show you that you're not married to just an ordinary woman.
That you don't have to show me.
Here, let me see the paper.
I know.
There.
Yes.
Let me see the paper.
Okay, here it is.
Now, here's an interesting headline. President Truman to give independence to Philippines on July 4th.
Well, how do you feel about that, Dorothy Thompson? Do you think the president should give the Philippines independence?
If he wants to. After all, it's his own hometown.
Murder. Just murder.
Of course course, you know, we can't let the president go too far with this thing of giving cities away. Suppose he decided to give Los Angeles to some enemy country, say Florida. Why would
Gracie, Florida is not an enemy country.
No? You haven't lived in California long, have you?
Let's stop this silly discussion.
Oh, no, I'm just getting warmed up. Now, let's take the UNO.
Gracie, you don't even understand the workings of the UNO.
I do so.
All right. Explain it to me.
I will gladly explain the workings of the UNO.
I am waiting.
First, clear up one little thing for me.
What?
What did those letters stand for?
I thought so.
I thought so would be ITS. And besides, you can't blame a person for being confused. Why can't men run this country without using the whole alphabet?
Look, Gracie.
Now, they've got the NLRB to cover the working men. They've got the SEC to cover the big businessmen. They've got the OPA to cover the small businessmen. Actually, they could all be covered with BVD.
Yeah, that's warmer than UNO. And
good morning, all.
Oh, good morning, all.
Oh, hello, Meredith.
Gee, what a beautiful spring day. Makes a fellow want to neck like crazy.
Oh, why, Meredith Wilson. The beauties of Mother Nature should inspire something nicer than that. Go outside and take another look.
Okay, Gracie.
Oh, George, we're going to have to do something about Meredith.
Oh, I wouldn't worry too much.
You were right, Gracie. I missed the real beauty of nature.
Well, of course, Meredith.
Underfoot, the crocuses and daffodils are peeking from Mother Nature's leafy blanket. And overhead in the blue vaulted sky, the birds, the winged troubadours, are warbling their overtures to spring. They always warble.
Oh, that's beautiful, Meredith.
Yeah, makes a fellow want to neck like crazy.
Meredith, you're getting sort of whirly all of a sudden.
I'll say, boy, did I have a time last night. Bill Goodwin got me a date and told me a game to play called, Honey, We're Out of Gas.
Uh-oh.
You get a girl in your car and drive out a lonely road. Presently, you turn to her and say, Honey, we're out of gas. Bill said if the girl was cooperative, the situation was fraught with possibilities.
And was your girl cooperative last night, Meredith?
Oh, very. She steered while I pushed the car to the nearest filling station.
Kid is a genius.
Well, I called her for another date tonight, but she wouldn't go. Gee, I'm lonely.
Ah, poor Meredith.
Every robin has another robin. Squirrels have mates. Even the turtles have other turtles. But who can I get?
Get yourself a turtle. That's about yours.
Well, golly, George, I'll never get married if somebody doesn't teach me how to court girls.
Oh, excuse me, boys. I'll see who's at the door.
Good morning, Mrs. Burns. Here's your mail.
Oh, thanks, Mr. Postman. It's a lovely day, isn't it?
Oh, superb. This spring air turns my blood to wine. My veins seem filled with champagne. I fairly bounce along.
Don't bounce too much. You'll blow your cork.
You say some whimsical things, Mrs. Burns.
It's just too bad everyone can't be as happy as you are. Take poor Meredith Wilson, for instance. He wants to get married, but he doesn't know how to ask a girl.
I can give him a tip. When he's ready to propose, he should take the girl high upon a mountain top whose snow-clad pinnacle seems to reach the sky.
Yes?
And if she accepts, jump over.
Oh, Mr. Postman, you shouldn't talk that way just because your marriage isn't wearing well.
Oh, my marriage is wearing very well. I'll be worn out long before it is.
Well, just the same, you did court your wife. Please tell me what your methods were. I'll pass them along to Meredith.
Well, we lived in the country, so I used to ride a horse over to Bertha's house. I'd tie my horse outside and meet Bertha at the door.
Oh, yeah, and then what would you do?
I'd look at her face and then look back to make sure the horse hadn't followed me in.
I'm afraid you're no help, Mr. Postman.
Well, I tried. Goodbye, Mrs. Burns. Remember, keep smiling.
Well, George, did you figure out a way to help Meredith with his girl problem?
No, he's hopeless.
Oh, don't be impatient with him, George. All men can't work as fast as you did when you courted me.
Was George really a fast worker?
Oh, when we'd go out to dinner, he could hardly wait for the meal to be over so he could reach for my hand under the table.
Anxious, huh?
Oh, sure. That's the way I slipped him the money to pay the check.
Now, Gracie...
Oh, of course, that was only at first. When he got to know me better, he carried my purse.
Yeah, it was easier that way.
Oh, he was a real Romeo, Meredith. If you could only watch the technique he used and learn how... Say, I've got it.
Got what, Gracie?
But you can watch his technique. We'll have a double date tonight. George and I, and you and your girl.
Now, wait a minute.
You watch George and do everything he does. If he kisses me, you do the same. If he hugs me, you do the same. Won't that be fun?
Yeah, but won't my girl feel left out of things?
You hug and kiss your girl.
Don't bother to explain because I'm not going to do it anyway.
Oh, of course you
See,
will.
when I get excited, what happens?
Meredith, go call your girl and make a date for tonight.
Forget it, Meredith. There'll be no double date.
There will, too. I say call her, Meredith.
And I say don't call her.
Gosh, who should I listen to?
Listen to the boss of the family.
Okay, I'll call her right away, Gracie. See you later.
Gracie, I don't want to go on a double date with Meredith.
Well, all right, dear. If you want him to learn lovemaking from some second-rater like Clark Gable or Charles Boyer. It's a shame because you're twice the lover they are.
Well, I'm not bad. Those guys have something I haven't got.
What?
Publicity. Of course, it would be great for Meredith to learn his technique from the old master himself.
Oh, then you'll do it?
Sure. Let's give the kid a break.
Oh, wonderful. And we'll pretend we're not married. It'll be just like old times.
Okay, we'll pretend we're not married.
Good. Now run down to the corner drugstore and phone me for a date.
Don't be silly.
George, you promised it'd be like old times.
Gracie, I can't walk in.
Oh, all right. We'll pretend you're calling me. Brrr. There's the phone. Hello.
This is absurd.
No, it isn't. It's George. I recognize your voice.
Absurd is much taller. Yes.
You want to take me out on a date tonight, huh?
Yeah.
You're dying to take me out because I'm the most beautiful, fascinating girl you ever met.
Yeah.
You're head over heels in love with me because I'm so gorgeous.
Yes.
And if I don't go out with you tonight, you'll kill yourself.
Yeah.
Well, of course I'll go. Oh, how can I refuse a man with a line like yours? Well, George, I'm all dressed up for our double date with Meredith. How do I look?
All right.
All right. George, you're beginning to sound like a husband again. Kindly remember I'm your date.
What do you want me to say?
Well, can't you tell me I'm stunning, gorgeous, irresistible, divine, an absolute knockout? I don't want exaggeration, just the simple truth.
Okay, you're an absolute knockout.
Oh, thanks. Now, you stand up so I can take a look at you.
Okay. How do I look?
Oh, you're a dreamboat.
Really?
Oh, honestly, you look just as handsome as you did when we were going out together.
I do?
Yes. That massive chest I used to love to rest my head on. You've still got it.
Yeah.
Of course, I can't rest my head on it now. Your belt buckle hurts me.
I guess my chest has moved a little.
Well, it's very becoming, dear. The new quarters are much roomier.
Thanks.
Oh, I'm so excited about having a date with you tonight. It'll be like the ones we used to have before we were married. You were a devil in those days.
Was I really?
Oh, yes. Remember the first time you took me out in your car and parked? I had to walk home.
I'm sorry about that.
Well, it wasn't your fault. The man from the finance company found us.
Those dates were fun, weren't they?
Oh, I'll say. We'd drive along, and every minute you'd lean over and give me one of those burning kisses.
What kind of scorching, huh?
Oh, were they? Sitting in the front seat with you was like driving behind the exhaust of a Greyhound bus.
Yeah, they call me Monoxide Burns. Come in.
Well, hi, Burns.
Oh, hello, Bill.
Say, you people are all dressed up.
Oh, yes, George is taking me out tonight, Bill. We're going to paint the town.
Well, if I know Burns, it won't get more than one code.
Now, look, comical one.
Oh, say, George,
Yes.
you can buy Gracie a donut tonight, you know. This is National Donut Week.
It is, huh?
Yeah. Of course, you don't have to go crazy, you know. You can probably make one donut do for both of you. Just drop it in a cup of coffee and splash her for it.
All right, comedian, that's enough now.
Oh, George, now don't get excited. I know I kid you a lot, but have I ever come right out and said you were stingy?
Well, no.
Well, then this is as good a time as any. You know, you're tighter than Margaret O'Brien's shoes on Greta Garbo.
Yes. I think you're very mean. You're mean to tease George, especially when he's doing all this to get poor Meredith out of trouble.
Meredith's in trouble?
Well, yes. You know what girls are like.
Yeah.
Well, Meredith doesn't.
Often suspected that.
Anyhow, to help him, George and I are double dating with Meredith and his girl tonight. Say, Bill, you're a man about town. Where would you suggest that we go?
Well, Gracie, when I go out with a girl, I generally spend the early part of the evening, also known as the wasted part, at some place like the Palladium.
Oh, but Bill, the Palladium is for youngsters in their teens. People would look at George and me and say, what's he doing here?
I'm not a bad dancer, Gracie. I can do Balling the Jack.
Can you? Well,
First you take your tootsies, then you hold them.
yeah, I know, George. Well, the Palladium it is. But after that, Bill, we want to get in the car and park someplace where George can make love to me, where he can kiss me and hug me for hours.
Well, Gracie, I know just the spot. The driveway of the Cedars of Lebanon Hospital.
Well, that's not very romantic.
Well, I know, but it's mighty handy for George's adrenaline.
Goodbye, comic.
So long, Playboy.
What a guy that is.
Oh, say, by the way, George, so long.
Well, come on, George. Let's pick up Meredith and his date and get to the Palladium.
Okay.
Wonderful dance.
I'll say it was.
Oh, I love those fast ones. Don't you, Irma?
Yeah, especially with someone who can really dance.
Well, let's go back to the table and wake up our dates.
Let them sleep. Some dates we got, Gracie.
Well...
Mine is bad enough, but where'd you ever dig up yours?
Oh, George is very nice. He's an important man, too. He got us the best table in the place.
Yeah. Here at the Palladium, he seems to have quite a drag.
Well, it's more noticeable when he's dancing.
You ain't kidding. I tried dancing with him. You can't follow that man with a bloodhound.
Oh, George is a very good dancer. You'd really see something if the orchestra played the turkey trot.
Yeah. I bet he does it better than any turkey living. Look, Gracie, let's ditch that stale twosome.
No, Irma. Let's stick with George and Meredith. We'll have fun before the evening's over.
Okay, let's get him out of here.
Oh, all right. Oh, come on, boys. Boys, it's time to go.
Okay. Waiter, the check, please.
Oh, yes, sir. Here you are. The check for the four of you comes to 40 cents.
Okay.
Here's my dime.
And here's mine. Well, if you'll excuse us, girls, we'll go get your coats.
Yeah, we'll be back in just a minute.
Yeah.
Brother, those guys must be from Pasadena. Don't worry, Irma. We'll have fun now. I've got a hunch those boys are going to drive us up to Lover's Leap.
Oh, no.
Yes, and I'll bet anything they'll try to kiss us.
Are you going to hold still for that?
Well, sure. I don't want to spoil George's aim.
Well, that St. Bernard I'm with better not stick his cold nose in my face.
Well, Irma, you may change your mind when we get to Lover's Leap.
Well, here we are. Lover's Leap.
How dare you park here?
You told me to.
Well, I'm not that kind of a girl.
Okay, let's drive on.
Oh, wait. I'm not that kind of a girl either.
Well, what kind of a girl are you?
I'm a sort of a willing girl who's hard to get.
Well, I'm sort of a tired man who'd like to go home. I'm sleepy.
Oh, I like it here.
I don't.
Well, maybe Irma is chilly, Meredith. Can't you do something to keep her warm?
Well, the weather seems quite balmy, Gracie. However, if you think it advisable, I'll be glad to run home for my hot water bottle.
Oh, Meredith, that's no way to keep a girl warm. Now watch George and learn something. Come on, George. George, wake up! Oh, a fine lot Meredith will learn from you.
Oh, look. There's another car pulling up beside us.
Hey, that's Bill Goodwin in that car. And look at that gorgeous redhead who's driving.
Shh, quiet, everybody. Bill has told me for years what a wolf he is. Now you're really going to hear some lovemaking.
Well, here we are, Bill.
Dorothy, why did you park here in this dark, lonely place?
Are you kidding? Come closer, gorgeous, and let me look at your dimples.
All right, look, but don't touch.
What do you mean, don't touch? I want a kiss, and I'm going to get one.
Oh, kisses. That's all you Hollywood girls think of.
Why not? I took you out and showed you a good time, didn't I?
Oh, so that's it. Just because you buy a man a hamburger, you think you own him.
Oh, come on, Bill. Let's have that kiss.
Oh, Dorothy, why must you spoil everything? I thought we could be pals.
The kiss. Come on.
Wouldn't you rather go bowling?
No, come on, let's neck.
Dorothy, no. What if someone did this to your brother?
Oh, what's a little kiss? Now, nobody will know but you and me.
Oh, yes, they will. I know how you girls talk. I don't want my name bandied around the beauty shops.
Well, that does it. I'm taking you home.
Thank you, Dorothy. I knew you were a lady.
Oh, shut up.
Well. So that's Bill Goodwin, the famous wolf.
Famous wolf? He hasn't got fangs. He hasn't even got baby teeth.
Can't we go home now? I'm sleepy.
Not until we show Meredith how to get a kiss from this girl. I told him to watch and do everything you do. Oh, Meredith, George is getting romantic.
I'm listening, Gracie.
Okay, George.
You're an awful cute kid, Gracie.
Oh, really?
You're an awful cute kid, Irma.
Really?
In fact, you're the cutest kid I ever met.
Oh, I'm glad you think so.
In fact, you're the cutest kid I ever met.
I'm glad you think so.
How about a kiss?
Well, sure.
How about a kiss?
Nothing doing.
I seem to have run into a bottleneck, Gracie.
Well, start again, George, and really make it strong.
Gracie, there's something about you that drives me wild.
Oh, please.
Irma, there's something about you that drives me wild.
Oh, please.
When I'm near you, my heart starts thumping like mad.
It does?
Would you mind repeating that, George? I didn't quite catch it.
When I'm near you, my heart starts thumping like mad.
Thumping or bumping?
Thumping!
Much obliged. When I'm near you, my heart starts thumping like mad.
It does.
Gracie, I'd like to crush you in my arms and smother you with kisses.
Well, go ahead.
Irma, I'd like to crush you in my arms and smother you with kisses.
I'd like to see you try it.
Another dead end, Gracie.
Well, that does it. I'm leaving.
No, just once more, Joe.
Gracie, this stinks. I want to go home.
Irma, this stinks. I want to go home.
You're not supposed to say that.
Look, I've had enough. I'm going home.
We're not leaving until Meredith has had his kiss.
Meredith.
Yes, George?
Stick your head up here. I'm going to kiss
Oh!